Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the mini series where the youngsters get to have their fun here at Old Home Week. We've got 8 of them set for this day. The first race has Lucas Heffernan Bailey with Shelly, Cohen Holmes driving Teddy, and Owen McGuigan has Maria. All lined up, ready for a start. And it's a green light go. And Lucas Heffernan Bailey and Sally along the rail. They've got a good lead here in the early going. In between horses, Cohen Holmes. He has Teddy. And on the far outside, Owen McGuigan with Maria. They're on the trot in here. And they're halfway home at the inside. Sally and Lucas Heffernan Bailey still with that sizable lead. On the far outside, Owen McGuigan and Maria. Between them, Cohen Holmes and Teddy, they're on the wire next. It's going to be a little tighter than what they were off the start. Shelly and Lucas Heffernan Bailey on the line win. On the far outside, Owen McGuigan with Maria, and the show prize to Cohen Holmes and Teddy. Well, here's a believe it or not about the mini-series. Lucas Heffernan Bailey is actually a veteran at this game, and he is in the winner's circle after heat number 1 as Sally takes him there. Granddad, he's at the head, getting his picture taken here. Lucas Heffernan Bailey, Sally in the first mini, and we've got the police department joining us here. Old Home Week in Charlottetown. It's the mini series. So the second heat of the minis has Hudson Slitter with Mayonnaise, Denver McCrae, Beauty, and Rhea Campbell. She's aboard Witchy, and they're off. to the races here. At the inside, Mayonnaise and Hudson Slitter. In between horses, Denver McRae and Beauty. Way wide, Araya Campbell and Witchy. So the three of them, they're tightly grouped now, and they're halfway down the stretch here and towards the rail. Mayonnaise and Hudson, they're the leaders. In between horses, Beauty and Denver McRae. Way wide, Witchy and Raya Campbell. Deep in the stretch now. It's going to be tight on the end of it. Wow, it's fun to see these kids doing their thing. And at the inside, Mayonnaise wins for Hudson Sittler. It may be a dead heat here for second between Denver McRae and Beauty, and Raya Campbell and Witchy. Doesn't get any closer than that one. There is the second heat winner of the mini-series, Hudson Slitter and Mayonnaise. They land on the line first with that winner's circle presentation. Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors, they're joining us here for the mini-series, part of Old Home Week 2025. Lots of prizes to our competitors here in the mini-series on this Wednesday afternoon. There's Araya Campbell and Witchy in the winner's circle. And here comes Denver McRae and his mount Beauty out of the second heat of the minis with the winner's circles presentations. You're going to have to come back here after the wire, please. If you're on the stretch, you got to come here after the finish line. We've got an anxious group here in mini heat number 3. We had a recall also, and now they're getting set here in the third. They're all lined up, and they're off. From the far outside, Jackson, Murner, and Laney to his inside. That is Zachary Smith and Olaf, and Leah Fudge with Tux is the trailer as they come through the stretch and race towards the finish line. Now in between horses and a little rough gaited and fancy stepping, Jackson, Murner, and Laney. On the outside, Zachary Smith, the Leah Fudge. She's the third one. Deep stretch now, and they come to the wire next, and this one will go to Laney in line to Jackson, Murner. Still the deuce undecided right now. Zachary Smith with Olaf, they'll finish second, and Aaliyah Fudge with Tux will get the show dough. There's Jackson, Murner, and Laney into the Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle. They're the winners of heat number 3 in the mini series. Lots of presentations on this Wednesday afternoon, and it was Murner and Laney in the third. Zachary Smith is now in the winner's circle. Olaf was his mount here in the heat number 3 of the minis. Lots of congratulations down there in the winner's circle. Here's Aaliyah Fudge, and her mount was Tux in the third heat of the mini series on this Wednesday. Aaliyah will get her presentations in that Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle. In the fourth heat of the minis, Charlie Fitzgerald with Cowboy, Leo Myers and Whiskey, and Gussie Young with Money. And they've got a green light go in here. And on the far outside, Money with Gussie Young has the lead. In between the horses, that is Whiskey with Liam Myers, and on the rail, Cowboy with Charlie Fitzgerald. They're halfway home in here. And the horse of a different color now, that's Money and Gussie Young. In between horses, Liam Myers and Whiskey, and the third one at the rail, Cowboy, Charlie Fitzgerald. They're almost on the wire, and here is Gussie Young and Money, not quite to the finish, closing up now. That's Liam Myers and Whiskey, but it will be Money and Gussie Young. Second, that's Whiskey and Liam Myers, and the show prize to Charlie Fitzgerald and her mount, Cowboy. There's Gussie Young and his mount Money in the winner's circle with their presentations here as Mini Wednesday continues here in Old Home Week at the Driving Park. Here's Liam Myers. His horse was Whiskey in the fourth heat of the mini series. They're at the winner's circle for their presentations. Now it's Charlie Fitzgerald, and her mount was Cowboy here in heat number 4 as they arrive at the Crown Rush Protection Winner's Circle for their presentation. Heat number 5 of the mini-series is Brooklyn Wallace on the rail, Cookie Monster. Between them will be Rennie LeClaire with Luna, and Tori Fitzgerald will be on the outside with Midnight Dooley. And they're off in heat number 5 of the minis. Oh, we got a brouhaha right off the hop here in the mini series. Through the stretch they come in between horses. That's Renee Leclerc and Luna. To her outside is Tori Fitzgerald, Midnight Dooley. Up the inside, Brooklyn Wallace and Cookie Monster. Deep in the stretch now. It's far from over in here, folks. In the middle, Renee Leclerc has there. But on the far outside, Tori Fitzgerald and Midnight Dooley. They're coming late here on the outside. Midnight Dooley on the line will win for Tori Fitzgerald. In the middle, that is Renee Leclerc with Luna and Brooklyn Wallace up the inside. Third, Cookie Monster. Folks, that was some finish on the end of it. Here's Brooklyn Wallace in the winner's circle and her mount, Cookie Monster. Oh, and it was the tightest finish that I've seen out of any of these mini series, with the trackside presentations and the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors joining us here. And we thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all being a part of it and watching these young ladies and gentlemen doing their thing on the racetrack with the mini series in 2025. Now it's Renee Leclerc's turn to be in the winner's circle with Luna. They made it very tight on the end of it in the photo finish here in heat number 5 of Mini Wednesday with those winner's circle presentations. And Tori Fitzgerald showed her driving expertise here in race number 5 as Midnight Newly won it. And they're in the winner's circle. It's one thing about that winner's circle, folks. Once you get there, you just never want to leave it, and you understand why. That's the favorite place to be when you're racing horses, whether it be minis or the trotters and pacers of the standardbred breed. Heat number 6 is going to have Harrison Dowling with Peter, Sadie Pollard and Missy, and Lennox Brown with Tux. And they've got the word go here in heat number 6 of the mini series. And in the middle, Sadie Pollard going to the front, driving Missy. Harrison Dowling's at the rail. He's aboard, Peter. Then on the far outside for third, Lennox Brown and Tux. Halfway home, and they were there. Boom! Just like that, 17 seconds flat, and now they're in deep stretch, and Harrison Dowling comes back on here at the rail, and Peter. In between horses, Sadie Pollard, Missy, all they're bridle to bridle, toe to toe here, landing on the line next, and up the inside, Harrison Dowling looks to get there on the end of it. He wins. But I'll tell you one thing, Sadie Pollard, she made him pay for it here. Right in the win photo, and Lennox Brown with Tux. They'll get the third. Here's Harrison Dowling arriving at the winner's circle, and his mount Peter winning by the narrowest of margins here on this Wednesday as the mini series continues here in Charlottetown. Harrison Dowling and Peter at the winner's circle. Now it's Sadie Pollard's turn to be in that Crown Rust Proofing winner's circle. Her mount Missy raced large today in a photo finish. They're in the winner's circle with their presentations. Now it's Lennox Brown and Tux to take their moment in the spotlight here on the mini-series Wednesday of Old Home Week. They're in the winner's circle to get their presentations and joined by the 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors. So the seventh heat of the mini-day has Connor Wilkie and Biscuit on the rail. Isaac McWigan will be in the middle with Maria and Nate Campbell. He has Rocky, and they've got the green light going here. And towards the rail, Connor Wilkie's the first one out. Biscuit opens up a sizable lead here in the early going on the far outside. Nate Campbell and Rocky now are there. In between the horses, that's Isaac McWigan and Maria. They're halfway home now in heat number 7. At the inside, Connor Wilkie and Biscuit still lead it. Way wide is Nate Campbell and Rocky, not far away. Isaac McWigan and Maria in the middle. It's going to be a tight one on the line in here. At the inside, Connor Wilkie, way wide, Nate Campbell on the wire. It'll go to Rocky and Nate Campbell. Second, that's Connor Wilkie and Biscuit. And Isaac McWigan gets the show prize at Maria. There is the Heat 7 winner, Rocky, with Nate Campbell in the driver's seat for the win. I believe Rhea still has more wins. Nate is closing in, but I don't want to start no brouhaha, Mark, at the Campbell residence for sure. That was an exciting finish here, and they were just noses apart on the line. And here come the McGuigan boys to their spot in the spotlight here in the winner's circle from heat number 7, Maria. Maria does a great job with both Isaac and Owen. They know what it's like to be in that Crown Rux Protection winner's circle. And here is Biscuit in line to Connor Wilkie to have their time in the winner's circle here, and that is the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle for their presentations. Oh, they're going to make it tough on me. They're throwing 5 of them at me here in the finale of the Mini Wednesday series here for Old Home Week. They lined up with Ashlyn Wallace and Elmo, Lyra LeClaire Tina, Sandra O'Donnell Popcorn, Carter Wallace Cookie Monster, Miley Heffernan Bailey, and Sally. Post time. And they're off. On the far outside, Miley Heffernan, Bailey, and Sally. Sally was an earlier winner on this day. Then racing from second. In between them, Liva LeClaire. Sandra O'Donnell is there. In between horses, Carter Wallace, Ashlyn Wallace. They come to the wire next. Halfway home, and they are well grouped in here. But drifting down from the outside, Miley Heffernan, Bailey, and Sally. They lead them by 2. Gonna be tight for the deuce here with Elmo, Tina, Popcorn, but the winners are Miley Heffernan, Bailey, and Sally on the line. I'd like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today and cheering on these youngsters in the mini series. Their parents and their grandmas and granddads and aunts and uncles, they've gone to great lengths making up the race bikes, putting the harness in the carts. It's been a successful, and I mean a successful go-around for these young ladies and gentlemen in this mini-series, part of Old Home Week 2025. More presentations continue here after the final heat. We had 8 of them on this windy Wednesday afternoon. There was a wind variant of a couple of seconds established in the early going, and those winner's circle photographs continue here on Mini Wednesday. Also like to take time to thank the 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors for joining us here for the mini series. And here comes the winner of the Invitational of the mini series here in Charlottetown today, Miley Heffernan Bailey. Sally got a couple of wins on today. Oh, that's a proud grandpa sitting right alongside here for the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle presentation. Thank you so much for coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all the participants on a job well done.
Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. This is the mic check on a Wednesday afternoon here at Red Shores. Mic check from the broadcast desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather for our equine athletes. We will be shortening our post parades on tonight's program, so the horses spend less time on the racetrack. The horses and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time, so if you plan to wager, consider wagering early.
Post time.
Steve, Trent, now! Shut the camera up!
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park on a Wednesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, along with Ken Workington, Vance Cameron calling all the action tonight. We have the Atlantic Sire Stakes tonight for 2- and 3-year-old trotters. And in the 10th race, Ken, we have a 6-horse field, Angus and Buddy McKenzie Memorial. Redland Sampson, Kenny Murphy on the rail. I'm a Looker 2 with Adam Erner is 2. Almost There Boss, post 3 with David Dowling.
And Rocky, the morning line favorite at 5-2. It looks a little suspect. The 4 Windermere Best Man, who won 2 in a row at Inverness and raced here on Saturday and did not race all that well after flashing speed. Finished 8th, beaten 23.5 lengths, pacing a last quarter of 32. Might be one to play against. First Glance, that one, last time that one won, it was an easy win at Summerside, and Paul Langell drives again tonight, and the 6 La Playa Deo. The last time this horse won, it was a 159-1 win at Inverness, and Mark Campbell was in the bike, and he's in the bike tonight. So La Playa Deo will have to overcome post 6 there in race 10. Shapes up as quite a tricky puzzle.
Well, the 3 Almost There Boss went a real big mile in his last one, paced a mile in 153-4 and 28-3 on the end of it. He's my top play in that one, so in the 10th. So
I
12
like the
races
2.
on tap tonight.
All right.
And, we got a little teaser, too.
Oh, that's right. The
Gold Cup and Saucer. Yes, the post-edition draw was last night. Well, we got the list of all the drivers here, and a little later on, we will give you that information. Now let's go upstairs to the man who's going to call all the action tonight for tonight's program and equipment changes. Here is Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 31 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 28 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Derek Fallen. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change on tonight's program, you'll go to race number 5. In the 5th race, featuring the Super High 5, number 1 Twinbee Solitaire, going from an open bridle to a can't-see back bridle. Number 6 Texas Drifter will go from blinkers to a blind bridle. Turning over to race number 6, a division of the Atlantic Sires, number 1 Mile Hill Cash, adding a tongue tie and a head pole inside. Turning over to race number 7, the 1 entry, Rosie All Over, will go from blinkers to a Swedish blind bridle. Number 2 Tells Bells will be racing on Lasix. Tells Bells racing on Lasix. Has a chart line not showing, using Lasix from the 11th of August here in Charlottetown. Fast Tracks going on the rail and finished 5th. Was race timed in 158-1, driven by Mike McGuigan. Next change, you'll turn over to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 2 Mile Hill Gus will add a martingale and a head pole on the outside. Final change on the program, you'll go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 6, She's Got Spunk, will go from a blind to an open bridle, adding a cheek roll on the outside and adding a Murphy blind on the inside. She'll add a Burr head pole inside, adding a choke plate and a jawbreaker, and she will go from earplugs to an ear hood. That will wrap up the changes on tonight's 12 race presentation. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock in 24 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the playing of our national anthem.
And just another reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking some extra precautions due to the warm weather for our equine athletes. We'll be shortening our post parades on tonight's program, so the horses spend less time on the racetrack. The horses and drivers will be coming out of the paddock a little closer to post time, so if you plan to wager early to avoid being shut out at the windows.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Wednesday night. 2- and 3-year-old trotters in Atlantic Sire Stakes action. And Ken, for our second pregame tonight, we have a pretty special race from a pretty special driver in 2022.
Yeah, well, all week long, Old Home Week, we are going to take a trips down memory lane, if you will, and we're going to shine the spotlight on a prominent player, Old Home Week, and here at Red Shores, year after year, a classy gentleman, Gilles Barrio, native of St. John, New Brunswick. His grandfather, his father, 4 uncles were in the business. He's a member of the Moncton and St. John, New Brunswick Hall of Fame. That was an induction in 2023. Multiple O'Brien Awards, World Driving Championship representative of Canada in 2007. He started in the business in 1981. He has topped the 100 win mark in 30 different seasons. He's done just about everything in the business. And we're going to take a look back at 2022. This was Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend, and it was his 5,000th victory. And here's Vance Cameron.
And McPat halfway home for Barrio. Racing from second, Blue Monk. Racing third on the cones is Selkirk Echo. That's Just Call Me Doc to round the turn fourth. Ms. Moy's fifth, and on the outside the trailer, Sports Royalty. 57 and 4 was the half. Up the backstretch they go. 3/4 pole land. They go there now, and McPat has opened up a clear 2 lengths. Racing from second, Blue Monk. In at the rail third is Selkirk Echo. Just Call Me Doc fourth. Fifth on the outside, Sports Royalty. Trailing the field, Ms. Moyes. 3/4 in the books, and they were there in 1:26 and 4, and they're turned for home. McPat the leader, and clear on the lead. Blue Monk is second. Selkirk Echo third. Just Call Me Doc fourth. It's a milestone moment for the Maritime Magic Man, Gilles Barrio. Picks up win number 5,000 on Championship Sunday. McPat all the way, 155.3.
Very special moment from Jill Berrio, 5,000 wins. And Ken, a nice presentation in the winner's circle, and you have information on that.
Absolutely. We had, of course, the owner was Don Stevenson of Fredericton, and there you can see the dignitaries, and, of course, Lee Drake and David McKenzie and Peter McPhee as well. Congratulations. Congratulating Mr. Berrio on that milestone victory. Of course, 4 Gold Cup and Saucers, Comedy Hour, Canico Simon, London Muse, and Shadow Place, 5 Governor's Plates, and this one wire to wire with McPat. And, of course, he's going to drive. He's picked up the drive on Fortify Post 2, so he'll go for 5 Gold Cup and Saucers presented by Atlantic Lottery on Saturday. That's our spotlight. A look back at a milestone victory for Gilles Berrio, the Maritimes Magic Man.
And if you have a look at the in-house monitors here, there is a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Ken working, like say, Ken's going with a 6-4. 6-4-8 in the opener. I'm going 4-6-1 post time picks. That's 6-4-8 as well as the classifier's choices 4-6-8 in the opener in 10 minutes.
Evening's first race on Post Parade, it's the Parkdale Homecoming, number 1, Outrageous Sister, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Jeff Holmes, Mark Campbell driving. A Very Fancy Man, number 2, is owned by Craig Avery of Summerside, trained by Stephen Quinn, Adam Murner. Yeah Boy John, number 3, owned by Kendra Holdroyd, and Suzanne Ramsey, trained by Mark Bradley, Corey McPherson. Serenity Now, number 4, owned by Kurt Hughes from Alexandra, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes drives. 5 is Saltwater Swinger, owned by Charles Goodrow, Maxime Goodrow, and Daniel Goodrow. Charles Goodrow, the trainer, Maxime Goodrow drives. Galapagos is number 6, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Claire McDonald trains and drives. Whiskey Station number 7, owned by Darrell Tyler, Ryan Neal of Winslow. Trained by Darrell Neal, Stephen Murphy driving. 8 is Elm Grove Tux. Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station owns, trains, and drives. 2 minutes to post time. Rocky Sherman and Ken Workington pick up the top selections, and this is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the new $2,500 guaranteed pool and the industry low 15% takeout.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double, exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. And it is the guaranteed 20-cent Isle Pick 5. Ken's landing on the 6 in here. Galapagos, 3-year-old brown filly by Captain Crunch for Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Claire McDonald is the trainer and the driver. Nice win in Truro on August the 1st, Ken.
Yeah, parlayed a perfect trip into a sharp maiden-breaking score in 159-2. Filly by the Cane Pace winner, Captain Crunch. That was Nancy Tactor trained that one. She won it this year. It was her third. But this one now makes a third start off the 6 scratch. I like that 159-2 number there for Claire McDonald. And right now we're looking at 7-2. I'll take that.
And there we get a peek at the 4, Serenity Now, 2-year-old brown filly by Sports Writer for our buddy Kurt Hughes of Alexandra. Ashley Gamester is the trainer, and his brother Jason will do the driving. A nice start at Summerside on July the 17th with a 159 trip, Ken.
Early skip there, a miscue, I see that, and finished second place third after an eventful journey back on July 24th. Draws well to regroup here. A chance to trip out for the Blue Knight and Kurt Hughes. That's the 4, Serenity Now, taking all the Hughes action at 2-5. And there is Serenity Now and the Blue Knight.
And there we get a look at the outside 8, Elm Grove Tux, a 3-year-old black gelding by Bet the Moon for Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. He's the owner, trainer, and the driver, Ken.
Yeah, the Tux is 0 for 16 lifetime, but has been knocking on the door recently. Stuck outside, still a factor here off a solid third place finish. Last out right now at 39, now 33-1. May add some spice to your triactor.
Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming first race. Outrageous Sister on the rail for Mark Campbell at 8-1. The 2, A Very Fancy Man and Adam Murner at 11-1. Yeah Boy John leaves 3 with Corey McPherson at 32-1. The 4, Serenity Now with Jason Hughes. Your current choice on the board. My top selection in here at 2-5. 5 is Saltwater Swinger with Maxime Gaudreau at 5-1. The 6, Galapagos with Claire McDonald at 3-1. 7 is Whiskey Station and Stephen Murphy at 51-1. And rounding up the field, that's the 8, Elm Grove Tux with Dana Sweet at 32-1. That's your field for tonight's opener, Parkdale Homecoming Pace. Good luck with your selections. So Monday night, Ken, I had the opportunity to be in the starting gate with Scotty McKendrick, the driver, and Jeff McDonald, the starter. And I got to say, I was in the back with Jeff for probably the first 3 races. Best seat in the house to watch a race from, other than sitting behind a horse, which I did many times, is the back of that starting gate. When you see those horses come across that gate, and then Jeff, gets in full gear down the stretch, and he says, go, nothing like it.
Absolutely. I had a chance to ride in the starting gate at several tracks, one being Pompano Park. And I remember the night when I was looking at the field on the gate, and right in front of me was Wally Hennessy. And Wally looked up and saw me and said, "Hi, Ken."
Yeah, no, it's quite an experience. And I've been in the gate many times and been behind it many times, hundreds and hundreds of times. But I'll tell you, watching those horses line up behind that gate there, and it's a great spot to watch them from. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener, full field of 8. Parkdale Homecoming Pace. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Outrageous Sister, a very fancy man, Yap Boy John, Serenity Now, Saltwater Swinger, Galapagos, Whiskey Station, Elm Grove Tux, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing. That is Saltwater Swinger with the first call. Serenity Now will go right with them into the turn. Then coming third on the outside, Galapagos. Then the fourth one in between horses as they round the turn. That's Ya Boy John to get away fifth, Outrageous Sister. Then in sixth, a very fancy man, followed by Whiskey Station. And the trailer, Elm Grove Chalks. They're over to the opening quarter. That's Serenity Now. And the Blue Knight Hughes, quarter pole leading. Saltwater Swinger races from second, gapping a little in third. Galapagos then racing from fourth around the turn. That's Ya Boy John, 29 and 2 the opening quarter. Racing fifth, Outrageous Sister coming out of the turn. In sixth, a very fancy man. Then back to seventh is Whiskey Station and Elm Grove Tux. He sees them all. They're halfway home in tonight's opener. Serenity Now, the midway point leader. 2-hole ride, Saltwater Swinger on the move in the outside third. Outrageous Sister is underway off a half mile of 1 minute. And 2. Galapagos goes around the turn fourth, then in fifth. That's Ya Boy John. Sixth, a very fancy man. Elm Grove Tux has picked up seventh. Now the trailer, Whiskey Station, the 3/4 comes next. Getting him there, Serenity Now. In the 2-hole Saltwater Swinger. Galapagos goes on the outside third. Back to fourth, Outrageous Sister. Up the rail fifth. On the inside, Ya Boy John, the 3/4 up in 1:31 with just 1/8 of a mile left to go. Serenity Now will turn for home with the lead. Saltwater Swinger at the rail. Galapagos on the outside closes up late. But this is Serenity Now and the Blue Knight Hughes. They go all the way. Galapagos finishes second. Saltwater Swinger third. 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for tonight's opener, Parkdale Homecoming Pace. And as I expected, Serenity Now, You're the boy, Blue. I know that's what Kurt will be saying tonight as Serenity Now and his brother Jason go right down the road tonight. I didn't expect her to be on the front, but she was there and get a nice maiden record tonight, Ken.
Just her fourth career start and right on the point here, 29-2, well rated by the Blue Knight. A minute 2/5, 1:31.1. The mile, 2 minutes flat here for her maiden breakers. She is a brown filly by Sports Writer out of Silent Serenity by Well Said, trained by Ashley Gamester. Kurt Hughes, congratulations. Jason Hughes in the bike here. Galapagos was second, Saltwater Swinger third, Serenity Now first win, and will be next in the Crown Rustproofing Winners Circle.
I see lots of tears of joy in that winner's circle tonight here in the Wednesday opener of Old Home Week. Serenity Now arriving there. She's a bay pacing brown filly by Sports Writer off the Well Said Dam, Silent Serenity, owned by our friend and colleague Kurt Hughes of Alexandra, bred by Southwind Farms of New Jersey, trained by Ashley Gamester. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, put the filly on top at every call, pacing to a maiden record of 2 minutes. Serenity Now in the opener, Parkdale Homecoming, joining us with the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the first, Outrageous Sistar finished fourth. A Very Fancy Man was eighth. Yeah, Boy John seventh. Serenity Now the race winner. Saltwater Swinger finished third. Galapagos finished second. Whiskey Station was fifth. Elm Grove Tux finished sixth. The fractions were 29-2. 1 minute 2. 1:31.1. And the mile in 2 minutes. In review, it's 4:87, 1:32.56. Serenity Now, P240. The Exactor 5:30, the Triactor 18:30, and the Superfecta 6:63.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Wednesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman and Ken Workington. Vance Cameron calling all the action tonight. Congratulations to our colleague and friend, Kurt Hughes, on a nice maiden-breaking victory tonight with Serenity now in the opener. Let's talk about HPI Gold Cup Week and their offer. HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back during Gold Cup Week at Red Shore, Charlottetown. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters, field of 6 in here. We're all on board, Ken, at 5-4-3 in this one.
Yeah, could cap off a very chalky daily double here, 1-5 in the opener. And Little Lewis wearing the trotting hobbles here in Atlantic Sire Stakes, going for 3 consecutive victories with Corey McPherson. 5-4-3 is unanimous.
In tonight's second race, and there is a great shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam.
Second race, the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old trotters on parade. Nickway rocks at number 1, owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Jr. does the training, Miles Sr. drives. Call of Honor 2, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert, trained and driven by Joey Pino. Emberley's Rocket number 3, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Mark Campbell drives. Rosie's EL Girl, the 4, Bill Lanigan Montague, the owner and trainer. Jason Hughes drives. Little Lewis, the 5, owned by East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White, Corey McPherson. Hop on a Rocket Wear 6, owned by Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 2 minutes to post time. The Premier's Breakfast is scheduled for tomorrow morning from 9 to 11 at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shore, Charlottetown.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. We're all landing in the 5 in here, Ken. Little Lewis, 2-year-old bay gelding by E.L. Rocket. For East Coast Captains of Cornwall, Curry White, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike comes into this one on a winning streak.
Yeah, he just missed in his career debut. Then he romped in 2 straight elsewhere at Summerside and Inverness last out, including a 202-2 at Summerside, and lands in a soft division here, a standout at 4-5.
And there's a look at the 4, Rosie's EL Girl, 2-year-old bay filly by EL Rocket for Bill Lanigan of Montague, who is the owner, the trainer, and the breeder. Jason Hughes looks to go back-to-back in this one, Ken.
Yeah, this filly taking on the boys, one of 2 fillies in here. A distant runner-up to Little Lewis last out at Inverness, but she's progressing nicely and draws well for Jason Hughes, looking for that daily double sweep.
And there we get a peek at the 3, Emberley's Rocket, 2-year-old brown filly by EL Rocket from Michael Clary of Montague, who's also the breeder. John Clary is the trainer, and Mark Campbell is in the bike tonight, Ken.
Yeah, almost got there in a modest career debut. I say modest, 207 over and off track. Switches to Mark Campbell here, and eligible to step up right now, taking some action on the board at 2-1. Current second choice on the board here. So again, it's a 5-4-3 call.
Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters for $13,380 with Nick Way Roxit on the rail for Miles Heffernan Sr. at 17-1. The 2, Call of Honor on your screen right now. Joey Pino aboard at 5-1. Emberley's Rocket is the 3 for Mark Campbell at 2-1. Rosie's EL Girl 4 and Jason Hughes at 9-2. Little Lewis leaves 5 with Corey McPherson at 3-5. And to round out the field is Hop on a Rocket, Mike McGuigan aboard at 30-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's second race. Get in on the action. Don't get shut out at the windows. Good luck with your selections. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters for $13,380. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
2-year-old trotters, Atlantic Sire, Nick Way Roxit, Call of Honor, Emberley's Rocket, Rosie's EL Girl, Little Lewis, Hop on a Rocket, top of the stretch. Oh, I've got Sarah up here. Her mother Debbie's down there. And this is Old Home Week. Everything goes. Post time for the Atlantic Sires, and leaving out Rosie ZL Girl right on to the lead. Second as they race to the turn, Nick Way rocks it in between horses. Amberley's Rocket out there 3 wide. In the early going, Little Lewis off stride at the rail. Nick Way rocks it, jumped it off. Up the backstretch they go, and here comes Little Lewis on the outside to take the lead for Corey McPherson. Giving way with the 2-hole ride, a Rosie ZL Girl trotting third at the rail. Amberley's Rocket now in fourth. That's Call of Honor. Hop on a Rocket is fifth. In the backfield, Nick Way rocks it, the trailer 30 and 2. The opening quarter mile around the top turn they go. Arriving next at the 3/8 pole, Little Lewis out in front here, and he is the 1-9 chalk favorite in the 2-hole. Rosie ZL Girl then racing at third. Amberley's Rocket, fourth on the cones. Call of Honor, there goes Hop on a Rocket to the outside from fifth, and the trailer off stride. Nick Way rocks it, the opening half mile. That went to Little Lewis in 1:01 and 4. Racing from second around the turn is a Rosie ZL Girl. Trotting third at the rail, Amberley's Rocket on the outside. Hop on a Rocket is fourth. Now fifth is Call of Honor. Trailing the field, Nick Way rocks it. The 3/4 coming next. Little Lewis will get them there. Sticking with the leader, Rosie ZL Girl is second. Trotting on the rail third is Amberley's Rocket. Call of Honor now fourth. Hop on a Rocket fifth. And Nick Way rocks it, the trailer 1:33 and 4 3/4. Turning for home now. And that's Little Lewis looking to close this one out. Amberley's Rocket on the outside has some trot here in the late going. On the wire next, Little Lewis hangs on for McPherson in the Sire Stakes. Amberley's Rocket was second. Hop on a Rocket, he rallied up third. Time for the mile in 2:04. Full that.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old trotters. Little Lewis doesn't disappoint tonight, Ken.
No, he looked very comfortable up front, and he was able to dictate some pretty soft fractions here. 30 and 2, 101 and 4, 133 and 4. So 31 and 2, 32 and 2, third quarter, 2:04 was the third consecutive victory for Little Lewis. But he has to dig in. Here comes the filly Amberley's Rocket, one to take note of here with Mark Campbell picking up the lines tonight. That one closes stoutly. Hop on a Rocket also closing well to get the show dough, but it's Little Lewis to win again in this division of Atlantic Sire Stakes in 2:04. And Little Lewis and Corey McPherson will be in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winners Circle next.
Little Lewis arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle here in the second. Trotting Bay Gelding 2 by E.L. Rocket off the Armbro Barrister Dam. Go With Her, a homebred of the East Coast Captains of Cornwall. Trained by Curry White, driven to victory by Corey McPherson. And the trotting 2-year-old gets his third in a row. Tonight it's 2:04. Little Lewis in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results now in the second race. Nickway Roxa was 6th, Call of Honor 4th, Emberley's Rocket finished 2nd. Rosie's EL Girl was 5th. Little Lewis, the race winner. Hop on a Rocket finished 3rd. 30 and 2, 101 and 4, 133 and 4, and the mile in 204. In review, 642, 513. Little Lewis paid $210. The Exactor $570. The Triactor $53. Superfecta was $1860. The Early Daily Double, $310.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Wednesday night. Just saw Trotter win there, Little Lewis with Corey McPherson, 204, third win in a row. Let's talk about Harness Racing Karaoke Star. It returns to Old Home Week here in Charlottetown tomorrow night, August the 14th, Ken, for a chance to win cash prizes. Judges will be awarding points based on vocals, stage presence, and crowd response. First place is $300, second is $200, and third place, $100, all cash. For full details and to sign up for Harness Racing Karaoke Star, visit Redshores.ca.
Rocky, I understand you're quite the singer.
Yeah, I like to sing. Yeah, I don't know if I'm any good at it, but I like to do it.
Well, I was a tenor at one time. Now I sing for 5.
10 or 15 miles away. And there is a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for the upcoming third race, the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. Ken, you're going with the 1 in there.
Yeah, David Dowling right back with We Danced Anyway, 145.
I'm going with 543 post time picks. That's Kurt Hughes tonight, 415. And the classifier's choice is 451 in tonight's third race in 5 minutes. So we return to the selections on your screen. You'll see Ken's going with a 145. I'm actually at 514. Post time picks 4-1-5 and the classifiers choices 4-5-1 in tonight's third race.
Third race on parade, it's the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. We Danced Anyway, number 1, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Dwayne McCachran. David Dowling drives. Listen Linda Lou, number 2, Adam Murner driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. Bet on the Moon 3 is owned by Ivanhoe Landry from Nouvelle, Quebec. Ivanhoe does the training, driven by Gilles Barrio. All About the Bet is 4, owned by Megan Sweet of Orwell. Trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. 5 is Hoscat, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford. Trained by Lenny Myers, Mark Campbell. 2 minutes, 2 post type. Rocky and Ken have a look at the field for Gold Cup and Saucer 66, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
Yeah, there is the field, Ken, for the Gold Cup and Saucer, along with the ambassadors on our sheet. So we got Arbitrage Hanover with Billy Davis Jr. on the rail with the ambassador Haley Leclerc. Fortified from post 2, Jill Barrio picks up the drive with Bridget Judson as the ambassador. Mickey Shan from post 3 with Corey McPherson with Maya Josie. It's Major A from post 4, Mark Campbell with Mary Jane Power.
Jason Hughes has the 5, B2B, and we've got a couple of ambassadors hooked up with that one, Emily Thistle and Sophie Freeman. Virgo gets Brett Beckwith, Meadowlands' leading driver this season and the 2024 Rising Star. Zoe Cormier is the ambassador. Legion Sealster, Jody Jameson from post 7, Abigail Sherry, the ambassador. And Bob McClure is going to be in town to drive 8, Poseidon Sealster, and the ambassador there is Nicole Watts. And Rocky, I've already committed with the My Ticket promotion with a 4-3, ice-cold 4-3 exacta.
I haven't had a look at it yet, but
okay.
I'm not going to rule out Mickey Shan. Big mile from him. They won't break the track record, but big mile from him on Saturday night. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, Triactor, win in place. No show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta also offered in this one. You're landing on the rail sitter. We Danced Anyway. 2-year-old Black Filly by Shadow Play for Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Dwayne McCachran, the trainer. David Dowling in the bike, Ken.
3-2 favorite right now, and was the 1-5 chalk last out. A Shadow Play filly has done nothing wrong so far. Lands the rail fresh off a wire-to-wire blowout of 159-4 at Summerside. So we're looking for her to come right back.
And there's the 4, All About the Bet. 5-year-old bay mare by All Bets Off from Megan Sweet of Orwell. Jeff Holmes is the trainer, and Brady Sweet in the bike. Just got beat in her latest, Kurt.
Right. right now is 2-1, Rocky. Since her first win of the season in 159, she's been very, very consistent. A beaten favorite off a narrow loss logically looms large. She can take some air as well, and again, she's 2-1.
And there's a look at the 5 newcomer here. It's 4-year-old bay mare By Luck Be With You. That's Hoscat. Matt and Liam Myers of Stratford are the owners, with Lenny Myers the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call.
Yeah, the bettor's going goo goo gaga over Mark Campbell here at 5-2. Hoscat, let's see. A gelding, make that a mare, a 4-year-old mare. I skipped there. A newcomer from the Meadows. 1 for 38 lifetime. 33-day layoff, but picks up Mark Campbell. Good surprise. Well, 5-2, not much of a surprise in here.
Happy 70th birthday to Alan Robinson, joining us tonight in the top of the park. From all of us here at Red Shores, hope you're enjoying your 70th. Alan, happy birthday. And we'll have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming third race. Field of 5, Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial with We Danced Anyway and David Dowling at 3-2. Listen Linda Lou, Adam Murner aboard at 8-1. The 2, the 3, Bet on the Moon with Jill Berrio aboard. Right now they are at 4-1. The 4, All About the Bet with Brady Sweet. They're 9-5. And the 5, Hoscat with Mark Campbell, newcomer, 5-2. That's the field for tonight's third race. Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. Trackside presentation to the winner. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clocks in for tonight's third race. Field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. Upstairs to Vance Cameron.
We danced anyway. Listen, Linda Lou. Bet on the Moon. All About the Bet. Hoscat. Top of the stretch. Third race ready for a start. Rough and pacing up the rail, We Danced Anyway will lead them out. Second to the turn, Listen, Linda Lou. Third one as they round the first turn. Bet on the Moon on the outside. Fourth, All About the Bet. Then the trailer. That is Hoscat up the backstretch and go to the opening quarter mile. We Danced Anyway for David Dowling out in front. Second up the rail, Listen, Linda Lou. All About the Bet looking for a spot at the rail for third. It might not be there. Closing it up. That is Bet on the Moon fourth. Then the trailer fifth is Hoscat 29. And 1 was the quarter. Arriving up the 3/8 pole, We Danced Anyway, leading it by almost 2. Listen, Linda Lou. Longest shot on the board, getting the 2-hole ride. Then in third, that is Bet on the Moon. Fourth is Hoscat. And now the trailer. That is All About the Bet. They're halfway home, and We Danced Anyway, the midway point leader. 2-hole ride. Listen, Linda Lou. 58. And 2 the half-mile consecutive, 29-1 splits. Racing from third, Bet on the Moon. Then in fourth, it's Oscat and the trailer. That's all about the bet. They go to 3/4, widening the lead. We danced anyway. Now by 4. Listen, Linda Lou, second. Third, going to the outside is Bet on the Moon. Then in fourth, up the inside is all about the bet. Oscat on the outside, fifth. 3/4, 1:28 flat. They're down to an 8 to go. We danced anyway, turning for home. That's Bet on the Moon, racing from second. She's off stride. Bet on the Moon. Listen, Linda Lou hit the run, and we danced anyway. We'll shuffle on to the winner's circle with Dowling. All about the bet got second. Finishing third, Hoscat, 1:57 and a 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race, the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. We danced anyway. New record tonight for her.
Yeah, she went right to the front here. The daughter of Shadow Play with a 29-1, 58-2, 128. Very, very well rated. It actually looked like she kind of took off there going to 3/4. Plugs are out here, but she is going to romp for David Dowling and Dwayne McEachern and Walter Walker and James McInnes. It's her second straight lifetime victory and a new mark here. 157-1 under no urging at all. All about the bet. Came first over and was parked out, retreated, came back on for second. Hoscat, that newcomer, needed the mile, finished third. So it's We Danced Anyway in the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial, and they will be in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Judge's inquiry involves the breaking horses during the stretch drive. Results of the third race judge's inquiry, no violations. We Danced Anyway, arriving at the third race winner's circle, pacing Black Philly 2 by Shadow Play from the Big Jim Dam. See the Lights and Go, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McInnes of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Walter is the breeder, trained by Dwayne McEachern. David Dowling put her on top at every call to a new record of 157 and a 1. We Danced Anyway, all the way in the third. Down in the winner's circle, the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial Cooler presentation with friends and family joining us on this Wednesday night of Old Home Week with the presentation. Now the official results in race 3. We Danced Anyway, the winner. Listen, Linda Lou, 5th. Bet on the Moon, 4th. All About the Bat was second. Hoscat finished third. They went 29 and 1, 58 and 2, 128, and the mile in 157 and 1. In review, 154, 2, 3. We Danced Anyway, paid $3.40. The Exactor $9.70. The Triactor was $12.60, and the Superfecta paid 64 cents.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in their 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy to the Champion Sire Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 stakes season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gold Cup and Saucer starter shirts have arrived at the photo souvenir booth located on the south end of the grandstand. They're going to be a collector's item this year. The greatest field ever assembled for the Gold Cup and Saucer. They'll race it out here on a Saturday night for $100,000. That track record held by four of them, 150 and 1. I think, is in big-time jeopardy. Make sure you get your starter shirts for the Cup and Saucer. They sell out quickly, folks. Get yours tonight.
Got a couple of birthday announcements. Shout out to Alan Doyle from Hazelbrook celebrating his 75th birthday, and also to Warren McKinnon. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
Speaking of birthdays, Brady Sweet celebrates on this Wednesday night here at Old Home Week. So you get a look at Brady, say happy birthday to him.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. Trotters in here, 6 of them in the Joe Smallwood Memorial. We're all on to the 3 Long Black Limousine, Ken.
Yeah, this one appears to be on the verge of the maiden breaking score for Paul Langell and Tammy Collins, and right now is 1-4 on the board. We've got 3-2-4.
I like 3-2-1. Post time picks going 3-4-6, and the classifier's choice is 3-6-4 in tonight's fourth race in 5 minutes. Got another birthday shout out tonight. He's up here with us in the top of the park. Brett LeBlanc. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores.
Tonight's fourth race is the Joe Smallwood Memorial. They're on parade. Ocean View Banjo 1, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison trains and drives. Little Arrow 2, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan. Miles Heffernan Sr. drives. Long Black Limousine, the 3, is owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collins, Paul Angel. Ma Barker 4, home of the Shotgun Stable of West Royalty. Dave Kelly trains and drives. In Harmony 5, owned by Judy McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Jerry McDougall. Miles Heffernan Jr. does the driving. 6 is Magian Blazes, owned by Jim Ripley, Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim is the trainer-driver. 2 minutes, 2 post time. The birthplace of Confederation Series is proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown, and this year the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Haley Clare. This is Race Day, broadcasting live from beautiful Prince Edward Island. For post times, upcoming events, and promotions, go to Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 3 in here, Long Black Limousine. 3-year-old bay gelding by 6-pack. For Carl Bagnall of Stratford, Tammy Collins, the trainer, with Paul Angel in the bike ken.
Yeah, this gelding by the Hambletonian winning sire 6-pack. The world champion has been very sharp on the board in both starts here in Charlottetown. Just missed in 2-1 and 2. A solid third in 2-0-2. And, of course, draws well here for Paul Angel and appears to be on the verge as the chalk. There's the 2 Little Arrow by Wheeling and Dealin for Miles Heffernan. 0 for 13. This colt cruised all the way in his Charlottetown qualifier with trotting hobbles. Added. Post 2 paves the way for further improvement. Right now at 3-1, Little Arrow. And we'll look at one more here. It's Ma Barker, right, Rocky?
Ma Barker, that's right. Ma Barker from post 4. 4-year-old bay mare by Wheelan and Dealin for Shotgun Stables of West Royalty. Dave Kelly is the trainer and the driver.
She has been better in her last 2. A distant third, race time to 2-2 and 3 last out. Draws okay. Chance to keep that positive trend going here. Ma Barker is currently up there at 7-1.
And I have another happy birthday here tonight to Mike Holman, Kenny Arsenault's brother-in-law, visiting from New Hampshire. Happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race, the Joe Smallwood Memorial. Field of 6 trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Ocean View Banjo, Little Arrow, Long Black Limousine, Ma Barker, In Harmony, Magian Blazes. Fourth race, trotters, top of the stretch. It's the Joe Smallwood Memorial. Time to remember a tremendous horseman. We called him the Fox. Up and trotting, and the Heffernans are going to be 1-2 off the switch. Little Arrow along the rail to his outside, In Harmony. Then the third one is Long Black Limousine. Trotting up fourth on the outside, Magian Blazes. Away fifth at the rail, Ma Barker. And the early trailer is the 2-year-old Ocean View Banjo. On the backstretch, led to the quarter, Little Arrow, and Miles Sr. is out in front. Tucked away second, In Harmony. Racing from third, Long Black Limousine. Dropped in fourth, that's Magian Blazes. Trotting from fifth is Ma Barker. Trailing the field, Ocean View Banjo. Just 31 and 2 over to the opening quarter mile. They're in straight alignment around the top turn. Little Arrow is the fraction center. In Harmony races from second. Long Black Limousine comes out of the turn third. Then in fourth, along the inside, Magian Blazes. Back into fifth is Ma Barker. And the trailer six, Ocean View Banjo. They're halfway home, and they're in straight alignment at the midway point. Little Arrow arrived at the half mile in 1:02 and 4 consecutive 31 and 2 splits in here. Over to the 5/8. Little Arrow opens by 3. Second, that's In Harmony. Long Black Limousine. That 1-9 chalk has made his move to the outside from third. Fourth is Magian Blazes. Then fifth, Ma Barker. And the trailer, Ocean View Banjo. They arrive at 3/4. Little Arrow the leader. Now here's Long Black Limousine to take over late for Langell. 3/4 in 1:34 flat. Oh, they're trotting some now, and they're in the home stretch. It's all Long Black Limousine, widening the lead with every stride. Little Arrow second, Magian Blazes, but Long Black Limousine all alone on the line for Paul Langell. Tight for the deuce, Magian Blazes up against Little Arrow in a place picture. Time for the mile, 2:0, 2 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Joe Smallwood Memorial. Long Black Limousine gets it done. Chucks the last quarter, 28 and 3 at them, Ken.
Yeah, sharp trotting home here. Long Black Limousine. Little Arrow carves out the pedestrian pace here, 31 and 2, 102 and 4, 134. It was just a matter of time when Paul Langell pulls the trigger on the gelding by the world champion and Hembo winning sire Six Pack. And Long Black Limousine strides clear under minimal urging here for his first lifetime win in 4 starts. Trained by Tammy Collings and owned by Carl Bagnall. Long Black Limousine cruises, and it's a place photo going to 6 Magian Blazes and the 2 Little Arrow third. Long Black Limousine, Paul Langell up next in the Crown Rust Proving Winter Circle.
Long Black Limousine arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Trotting bay gelding 3, he's the son of Sixpack off the Donato Hanover Dam. Sari Mackey Hanover, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Bred by Buckhaven Farm of Pennsylvania. Trained by Tammy Collins. Paul Langell drives him to victory. Puts a maiden record on him tonight of 2:02 and 3 with a closing panel of 28 and change. Long Black Limousine captures the Joe Smallwood Memorial with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation joined by friends and family. It's Long Black Limousine for Paul Langell, 2:02 and 3.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the 4th race. Ocean Drew Banjo was 6th, Little Arrow 3rd. Long Black Limousine, the race winner. Ma Barker was 4th. In Harmony finished 5th. Magian Blazes was 2nd, 31 and 2, 102 and 4, 134, and the mile 2:02 and 3. In review 631, 452. Long Black Limousine paid $220. The Exactor $570, the Triactor $1570, and the Superfecta was $545.
The $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion is back for 2025 from Warren Ellison family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. If the winning horse in the 66th edition of the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer smashes the track record of 150-1, the ownership of the horse will receive a check for $5,000 from Warren Ellison family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The remaining horses in the field will receive an additional $715 each. The $10,000 Smash the Track Record promotion in the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer from Warren Ellison family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And there is a look at the top drivers. Points in the Francis McIsaac Memorial Award. Ken, with Mark Campbell leading the way with 106 points.
Followed by Corey McPherson, 65. Gilles Berrios at 53.
And in the Earl Smith Memorial Award Top Percentage Trainer of the Week, we got Cliff Murphy leading the way with a nice 577.
Earl Watts right there, 527. Landon Campbell, Team Campbell at 470.
And the Chuckers Trophies and Awards Top Percentage Driver of Old Home Week, Mark Campbell leads the way with 460. Kenny Arseneau in second with 393.
And we've got Mike McGuigan. He is rounding out that top 3 at 398 in the Chuckers Trophies and Awards Top Percentage Driver Old Home Week.
And there is a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. It's unanimous in the upcoming 5th race. We'll be joining Vance Cameron with the Vance Cam here shortly too, Ken. Presented by Results Advertising and Marketing, but I'm going with a 5.68. You're going 5.86. Post time picks Kurt Hughes also at 5.86. And I'm with the classifier at 5.68 in the upcoming 5th race. 4 minutes. And there's that very close place picture in tonight's 4th race, seeing Magian Blazes just nipping Little Arrow on the line. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Race 5 is the Roddy and Phyllis McLeod Memorial. There will be a trackside presentation. They're in Post Parade, number 1, Twinbee Solitaire. Owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington and Barry McTavish of Belfast. Stephen Murphy trains and drives. She's a Lover too. Robbie Chappell of Summerside owns, trains, and drives. Sweet Sylvia 3, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia, Brett Clowup. Damn Lucky 4, owned by Dion Gillis from Strathorn, Nova Scotia. Ambrose, the Purple Plum Gillis, trainer driver. 5 is You Bet I'm a Good One, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant, trained and driven by Jacob Sweet. Texas Drifter wears 6, owned by Tyler Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie. Jason Hughes drives. Red, White, and Boots number 7, owned and trained by Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown, Ryan DeRoche. 8 is Sports Royalty, owned by Beth and Wendy McCrae of Belfast, trained by Wendy McCrae, driven by Mark Campbell. 2 minutes to post time. Gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of the night. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the 5, You Bet I'm a Good One, off of that last trip of 157 and 1/5. That was enough for me to use this mare on top. Going to go to the far outside in Sports Royalty with Mark Campbell. Mark put him at the back of the bus, used him a little in the late going. Come 28-3 for a mile and 57-3 his last outing. I'll look for the same technique here tonight. I like the 6 Texas Drifter for 3rd, using 4 Damn Lucky for 4th, and closing it out on the rail with Twinbee Solitaire. From the booth, I'm going 5, 8, 6, 4, 1. Gentlemen, your choices.
I've got the same top 3 as you do, Vance. I've got the 5, You Bet I'm a Good One, who makes a key 3rd start of the season after a much improved 3rd here. Now gets some class relief, a mid-pack launch. This is a pari-mutuel puzzler. The 8, Sports Royalty with Mark Campbell on the fringe 4th. Last 2 seems to be trending right, stuck outside, but faces a field that is begging to be beaten. And the 6, Texas Drifter, has been on the edges, has now had a couple of starts to acclimate to this track here and gets another prime shot at this bottom 401 level. I'll tack on the 1 and 7. 5, 8, 6, 1, 7.
And I'm going with the 5, 6, 8. Switch those up a little bit. Put the 6 in based on post position. So I got 5, 6, 8, 1, 2. Those are our Super High Five tickets. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five. We have a live mic out there, a live mic. There is a live mic out there. Somebody, live mic. Still have a live mic out there, folks. There's a live mic someplace in the building. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. Field of 8 in here. It is the Roddy and Phyllis McLeod Memorial. Trackside presentation to the winner. Twin B Solitaire will leave on the rail. Stephen Murphy aboard at 22-1. The 2, She's a Lover with Robbie Chappell at 11-1. Sweet Sylvia 3 with Brett Clough aboard at 8-1. 4, Damn Lucky with Ambrose Gillis at 2-1. The 5, You Bet I'm a Good One with Jacob Sweet. Your current choice on the board at 8-5. Texas Drifter is 6 with Jason Hughes at 5-1. The 7, Red, White, and Boots with Ryan DeRoche at 24-1. And the 8, Sports Royalty rounds out the field. Mark Campbell aboard at 7-2. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Super High Five time. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 5th race. Field of 8 in the Roddy and Phyllis McLeod Memorial. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Twin B Solitaire, She's a Lover, Sweet Sylvia. Damn Lucky, You Bet I'm a Good One. Texas Drifter, Red, White, and Boots, and Sports Royalty outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, You Bet I'm a Good One, firing out. Second into the turn, that's Damn Lucky towards the rail. Twin B Solitaire between horses. She's a Lover goes fourth. Then the 5th one is Sweet Sylvia. On the turn, that's Texas Drifter 6 for Red, White, and Boots. And the trailer, Sports Royalty. The quarter pole bound, and You Bet I'm a Good One. In line to Jacob Sweet. Out in front, racing from second is Damn Lucky. Back into third is Twin B Solitaire. She's a Lover got away fourth. That's Sweet Sylvia 5th. Texas Drifter goes 6th. Then it's Red, White, and Boots 7th. And the trailer is Sports Royalty 8, 28, and 3. The opening quarter mile. You Bet I'm a Good One. Sent off as the post-time favorite is the Fraction Center. Getting the 2-hole ride is Damn Lucky. Then in third is Twin B Solitaire. She's a Lover 4th. Sweet Sylvia has 5th. Texas Drifter racing from 6th, followed by Red, White, and Boots. And the trailer, that's Sports Royalty. 58 seconds flat for an opening half mile. They're in straight alignment going to the 5-8, led by You Bet I'm a Good One. Damn Lucky, the two-hole ride. Twin Bee Solitaire are racing third. She's a Lover is there fourth. Up the rail fifth is Sweet Sylvia. Texas Drifter moved out, but no advancement sixth. Then in seventh, Red, White, and Boots. Up the rail, that is Sports Royalty. 3/4 in the books. You Bet I'm a Good One in 1:28 and 4. Damn Lucky now coming to her. Back into third is Twin Bee Solitaire. On the outside, Sweet Sylvia fourth, and they're homeward bound now. You Bet I'm a Good One. Damn Lucky on the outside. Up the rail, Twin Bee Solitaire. You Bet I'm a Good One. All the way for Jacob Sweet. Second is Damn Lucky, rallying in to be third. Sports Royalty in 1:58.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race, the Roddy and Phyllis McLeod Memorial. You Bet I'm a Good One all the way, Ken.
Yeah, drop and pop here, and third start off the bench and right to the top at 4 to 5, 28-3, 58-1, 28-4. Great rating here by Jacob Sweet, and You Bet I'm a Good One. The daughter of Image of Dawn, the 8-year-old. It was hard to read that number there. You Bet I'm a Good One. He's going to hold off the pocket sitter, Damn Lucky, at Sports Royalty. Post 8 cost that one any chance. Did rally in for the show dough. You Bet I'm a Good One in 1:58 and 4/5. Scores his or her third win or first win in her third start of the season. And you'll see You Bet I'm a Good One and Jacob Sweet next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle.
You Bet I'm a Good One, arriving at the fifth race, Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Bay facing mare 8 by Image of Dawn. From the Largo Dam, Bellum Laura, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jeff is the breeder. Trained and driven to victory by Jacob Sweet. The time for the mile in 1:58 and 4. You Bet I'm a Good One was tonight in Charlottetown, down at trackside. The Roddy and Phyllis McLeod Memorial Cooler presentation. Friends and family joining us here on this Wednesday night of Old Home Week with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All-Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All-Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in race 5. Twin Bee Solitaire 4th. She's a Lover was 7th. Sweet Sylvia finished 5th. Damn Lucky was 2nd. You Bet I'm a Good One, the race winner. Texas Drifter finished 6th. Red, White, and Boots was 8th. Sports Royalty 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 3. 58, 128 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 4. In review, it's 475, 216, 83. You Bet I'm a Good One, 360 to win. The Exactor 1410, Triactor $38, and the Super High Five at 110.07.
And just to note, some of you might want to buy some Atlantic Classic tickets. Gail and Vonda are selling tickets all week, throughout the week, for a chance to win some money, I believe, or a purchase towards a yearling. But anyway, get your tickets for the Atlantic Classic sale. Gail's up here right now in the top of the park. Tonight's 50-50 pot is sitting at $1,500. This is the last call. See Tracy, Betty, or Heather. Last call, 50-50. And there is that Smash the Track record slate on your screen right now. Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. If the winning horse in the 66th edition of the Atlantic Lottery Gold Cup and Saucer smashes the track record of 115-1, the ownership of the horse will receive a check for $5,000 from Warren Ellis and family of Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The remaining horses in the field will receive an additional $715 each. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam on your screen right now. You'll see that Ken Warrington's going with a 2-4-3 in here. I'm also at 2-4-3. Kurt Hughes tonight is post time picks at 2-1-3. And the classifier's choice is 2-4-3 in the upcoming 6th race, Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters in 5 minutes.
As a reminder of the starter shirts for the 66 Gold Cup and Saucer, they're available at the photo souvenir booth located at the south end of the grandstand. They will become a collector's item as the 66th edition with a $100,000 purse goes here Saturday night. 3-year-old trotters in the Atlantic Sire Stakes for race 6 on parade. Mile Hill Cash number 1. Owned by John Bro, Shediac, Cape New Brunswick. Trained by Paul Morrison. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Ocean View Nicky 2 is owned by Blue Diamond Racing, Josh McDonald and Gordon Coles. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Dusty Lane Kahlua number 3, owned by Gary McDonald from Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gads of Cornwall. Trained by Lenny Myers, Ryan DeRoche drives. Dibs on the Captain number 4, owned and trained by Blaine White of South Pettit, Corey McPherson. Marcus Down Ridge number 5, owned by Wade Silliger from Borden Carlton, trained and driven by Claire McDonald. 2 minutes to post time. A special welcome to everyone visiting Prince Edward Island for Old Home Week and Gold Cup and Sausage 66, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
Something happens when you're released from routine. You're free to let go, to dig in, to let yourself get carried away. You find that feeling you've been missing here on our island, maybe even a little above it. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Exactor, Triactor, win in place, no show wagering in here. 20-cent superfecta is offered. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters for $12,900. Ken, we're both landing on the 2 in here. Ocean View Nicky, 3-year-old Bay Filly by E.L. Rocket for Blue Diamond Racing. Josh McDonald and Gordon Coles. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and the driver.
Yeah, she has certainly found her groove, winning 2 of her last 3 in Atlantic Sire Stakes. Draws better, a chance to employ her take charge style, but I like the gutsy victory last out at Inverness. On the board in 5 of 6 starts this season. Very consistent filly. Ocean View Nicky the Chalk.
And there's a look at the 4. Dibs on the Captain. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Mile Hill Willie for Blaine White of South Pettit, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike, looking for a driving double tonight.
Yeah, this one overcame a slow start to come alive at the bottom. Had a chance to bottom them out for her first win last out at 2-1 and 1 here in Charlottetown, upsetting Dusty Lane Kahlua. So she is certainly eligible to repeat. Right now is sitting up there at 14-1.
And there we take a peek at the 3. Dusty Lane Kahlua, 3-year-old Bay Filly by E.L. Rocket for Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, Ronnie Gass of Cornwall, Lenny Myers, the trainer. It's Ryan DeRoche in the bike.
She was able to follow up her maiden breaking score with a close second. 2 Dibs on the Captain. Draws inside, just inside that one, looking capable of turning the tables on that one at 13-1 as well. So we played 2-4-3, Rocky.
Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 6th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters in here with Mile Hill Cash and Mark Campbell on the rail at 11-1. Ocean View Nicky 2 with Mike McGuigan aboard. Your current choice on the board at 1-9. Dusty Lane Kahlua is 3 with Ryan DeRoche at 12-1. The 4 Dibs on the Captain, Corey McPherson, also at 12-1. Rounding out the field is Marcus Downridge with Claire McDonald at 32-1. That's a look at the field of trotters in tonight's 6th race. Get in the action here tonight. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 6th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters for $12,900. Field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Mile Hill Cash, Ocean View Nicky, Dusty Lane Kahlua. Dibs on the captain, Marcus Down Ridge, at top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and trotting Dusty Lane Kahlua, the first one out. Ocean View Nicky second, along the rail third. That's Mile Hill Cash. On the outside, Dibs on the captain is fourth, and the trailer, that is Marcus Down Ridge. Around the turn, arriving at the 8th pole, Dusty Lane Kahlua. Out in front, it may be short-lived. Here comes Ocean View Nicky. Up to challenge and take over the early lead going to the opening quarter. Ocean View Nicky cleared for Mike McGuigan. Dusty Lane Kahlua gave way with a 2-hole ride. In mid-pack third is Mile Hill Cash, then racing fourth. Dibs on the captain and trailing the field. Marcus Down Ridge, 30-1 was the opening quarter as they trot by the 3/8 pole. Now out in front by 3 lengths, Ocean View Nicky. In the 2-hole, Dusty Lane Kahlua, then third. That's Mile Hill Cash. Racing fourth and moving up on the outside. That's Marcus Down Ridge. And now the trailer is Dibs on the captain. They're halfway home in the Sire Stakes, led by Ocean View Nicky in 60 seconds flat. Racing from second, Dusty Lane Kahlua, then the third one around the turn, Mile Hill Cash. Marcus Down Ridge at the rail fourth, trailing the field fifth. Dibs on the captain. Ocean View Nicky trying to get away on them late. Clear by 4. Dusty Lane Kahlua is second. Mile Hill Cash third. Marcus Down Ridge on the outside fourth. At the rail fifth. Dibs on the captain. 3/4 of a mile in 1:30-4. They trot round that top turn for the second and final time. 1/8 of a mile out. And it's all Ocean View Nicky here. Battle on for the deuce. Dusty Lane Kahlua there. Marcus Down Ridge on the outside third. On the wire in the Sire Stakes, Ocean View Nicky makes it look easy. In line to Mike McGuigan. Marcus Down Ridge rallied second. Third, Dusty Lane Kahlua. 2 minutes, 2/5.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters for $12,900. Ken, Ocean View Nicky gets it done.
Yeah, and gets her third Atlantic Sire Stakes division in her last 4 starts. Third win on the season, 7th career victory, and it's Ocean View Nicky all the way for Mike McGuigan. 30-1, a minute, 1:30-4. 29-3 final quarter here, 2 minutes and 2/5. So Marcus Down Ridge and Claire McDonald rallied for the deuce. Dusty Lane Kahlua was third. Ocean View Nicky, the 1-9 standout in race 6, will be in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Ocean View Nicky going into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle here in the 6th. Trotting Bay Filly 3, the daughter of E.L. Rocket off the King Kong Ranger Dam. King Kong Kate, owned by Blue Diamond Racing, Josh McDonald and Gordon Cole, bred by Bill Rollison of Belfast. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Time for the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. Ocean View Nicky in a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes during Old Home Week at Charlottetown with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 6, Mile Hill Cash 4th, Ocean View Nicky the race winner. Dusty Lane Kalua 3rd. Dibs on the Captain was 5th. Marcus Down Ridge finished 2nd. Fractions of 30 and 1. 1 minute, 1:30 and 4, and the mile was 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 4:13.52. Ocean View Nicky paid $210. The Exactor $18.10. The Triactor $35, and the Superfecta was $7.86.
And there's a shot of the crowd here tonight at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Welcome to everyone visiting Red Shores, Charlottetown tonight. Great shot there by Universal Media of the crowd here at Red Shores, Charlottetown tonight. And we'll bring in the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. There are our selections. Ken, you and I are in agreement again in this one. 5-2-3.
Yeah, the guy we spotlighted tonight for his 5,000th victory, that's Gilles Barry, who picked up a drive in the Gold Cup and Saucer. 4-5. Outrageous Song is the mount here tonight. 5-2-3.
I'm also at 5-2-3. Post time picks at 5-2-6. And the classifier's choice is 2-5-3 in tonight's 7th race in 5 minutes. And in the 7th race, number 1, Rosie All Over, has an equipment change, goes from blinkers to a Swedish blind bridle. Number 2, Tells Bells, is racing on Lasix tonight. So number 2, Tells Bells, in this race is on Lasix.
Confederation MNG has the sponsorship of Race 7. There will be a trackside presentation on parade. Rosie All Over, number 1. Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. Tells Bells, number 2, owned by Tim Dickinson and Isaac McGuigan. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Having Fun in the Sun, number 3, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault. Barry McLeod and Deborah Wilson, trained by Thane Arsenault. Miles Heffernan drives. Sporty Spice, number 4, Brett Clow in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Outrageous Song, number 5, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Jackie Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Salisbrook Andy, number 6, owned by Mike Arnold from Alberta, and Amy Leckie from Montague. And Amy celebrates her birthday today. It's 29 again, Amy. Congratulations. Driven by David Dowling and trained by Mike Dowling. Final call for wagering here on race number 7. Back down to Rocky Skirvin and Ken Workington at the HPI broadcast desk. They have the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Let's have a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center in tonight's first race. It was Serenity Now for our friend and colleague Kurt Hughes, going right down the road, 29-2, a minute 2, 131-1, gets a maiden record tonight. Jason Hughes in the bike of 2 minutes flat. Up for second was the 6 Galapagos with Saltwater Swinger third. The 4-6-5 Triactor, $18.30.
Race 2, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Trotters and Little Lewis at 1-9 pays off the chalk. Clears at the quarter and goes all the way for Corey McPherson, pretty much all the way. 3 in a row for Little Lewis. Corey McPherson for Curry White and Emberly's Rocket finishing second. Hop on a Rocket third in the second.
In tonight's third race, it was the Mary Jane Arsenault Memorial. We Danced Anyway and David Dowling go right down the road, 29-1, 58-2, 128. And they get a new race win record tonight of 157-1. All About the Bet in there for second. Hoscat third. The 145 Triactor in tonight's third race returned $12.60.
Race 4, the Joe Smallwood Memorial. Little Arrow at 5-1 carves out some pedestrian fractions, 31-2, 102-4, and 134. Longback Limousine clears past 3/4 and draws clear all alone at the wire. Son of six-pack here for Paul Langell and Tammy Collings. 202 and 3 over Magine Blazes and Little Arrow. Long Black Limousine cruises.
In tonight's fifth race, it was the Roddy and Phyllis McLeod Memorial with You Bet 'Em a Good One, Jacob Sweet going all the way, 28-3, 58, 128 and 4. A winner for the first time in 2025, 158 and 4. In for second, the 4, Damn Lucky with a Sports Royalty rounding up for third. 548 Triactor returned $38.
Race 6, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old trotters, and Ocean View Nikki draws clear for Michael McGuigan. Ocean View Nikki in 2 minutes and 2/5 scores her third Atlantic Sire Stakes in her last 4 starts, and Ocean View Nikki is home with a final quarter of 29 3/5 over Marcus Downridge and Dusty Lane Kalua. Ocean View Nikki in race 6. And that's the recap brought to you by Metro Home Building Center.
With the call to post, let's talk about some horses here, Ken. We've got the 5, Outrageous Song. We're both matching strides here, 5-2-3. 7-year-old bay mare by Sports Rider for Shirley Weeks of Fredericton. Jackie Matheson trains. It's Jadel Berrio in the bike.
Yeah, Outrageous Song has struggled to make a serious dent against tougher mares recently, so this is certainly a class drop you can't ignore at 4-5 with Jills Berrio driving for Jackie Matheson. The 5, Outrageous Song, again at 4-5 right now in this 7th race.
And there we see the 2, Tells Bells on Lasix tonight. 4-year-old bay mare by Tell It Like It Is for Tim Dickinson and Isaac McGuigan. Mike McGuigan looking for a driving double. He's the trainer and the driver.
Yeah, it was Indigo and raced on Monday, the 11th. From the rail, finished 5th, was timed at 158 and 1. So this is the second try off the bench and off that impressive qualifier of 157 and 2. Draws well here. High number in the win column. Michael McGuigan looking to score back-to-back.
And there's a look at the 3, Having Fun in the Sun, 7-year-old bay mare by Sunshine Beach for Thane and Jack Arsenault, Barry McLeod and Deborah Wilson. Thane Arsenault is your buddy. He's the trainer, and Miles Heffernan Sr. will do the driving. I want to give a shout out to Jack Arsenault. Had a chat with him Saturday night here at the Burn area. So a shout out to Jack Arsenault tonight.
Yeah, go Thaner here. Reggie, they call him Reggie, right? Pulled off the old class drop and pop with that uncontested wire-to-wire confidence-boosting win last Thursday. She draws inside to capitalize on that big effort, and right now is sitting up there at 5-1. We're 5-3.
Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race. Confederation M&A Pace, trackside presentation to the winner, field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Rosie all over, Tells Bells, Having Fun in the Sun. Sporty Spice, Outrageous Song, Salisbrook Annie, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, having fun in the sun, tells bells, and they're outside. Outrageous Song goes third. They got away fourth is Rosie All Over. Then it's Sporty Spice fifth, and sixth one around the turn, Salisbrook Annie. On the backstretch for time 1 to the quarter, tells bells, and Mike McGuigan showed the way. Having fun in the sun got away second. That's Outrageous Song in third. Back into fourth is Rosie All Over. Then it's Sporty Spice fifth, and the trailer sixth, Salisbrook Annie. They arrived at the opening quarter in 28 and 3. They're chasing Tells Bells around the top turn, approaching on 3/8 with the 2-hole ride. That's Having Fun in the Sun with the leaders. Third is Outrageous Song. Gapped out fourth is Rosie All Over. That's Sporty Spice fifth, and the trailer sixth, Salisbrook Annie. Halfway home and no movement in here. Tells Bells is the midway point leader for Mike McGuigan. Off a half mile of 58 and 1. Having Fun in the Sun, the 2-hole ride. Outrageous Song around the turn third. Fourth, that's Rosie All Over. Then in fifth, it's Sporty Spice. Up the rail sixth, Salisbrook Annie, the 3/4 coming next. Tells Bells the leader. Having Fun in the Sun right alongside that leader. Outrageous Song races third. Well back fourth is Rosie All Over. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 2 around the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out. Having Fun in the Sun turning home. Tells Bells at the rail. Outrageous Song coming late on the outside third. They're in deep stretch now on the wire. It's Outrageous Song and Perio. Second, Having Fun in the Sun. Tells Bells is third. 1:57.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. Confederation MNA Pace. Outrageous Song, our top choice. Gets the job done, Ken.
Yeah, Tells Bells, second try off the bench here on the short rest, carves it out, 28-3, 58-1, hooks up with Having Fun in the Sun, deuce popping at 3/4, 128 and 2, but it's the patience of the veteran Jules Barrio right here with the class dropper. Outrageous Song timing it just right, measures it off here at 3-5 and 157 and 2 for the fourth win of the season. Outrageous Song scores decisively over Having Fun in the Sun and Tells Bells, and we'll see Outrageous Song and Jules Barrio in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Outrageous Song into the 7th race winner's circle by pacing mare, the 7-year-old daughter of sports writer. Off the Cami Best Dam, Outrageous Storm. Owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton. Bred by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove. Trained by Jackie Matheson and Joe Barrio. Will guide her to victory tonight in 157 and 2. Outrageous Song in the 7th. At the winner's circle, Confederation M&A joining us this night with the winner's circle cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 7, Rosie All Over 5th, Tells Bells 3rd. Having Fun in the Sun was 2nd. Sporty Spice finished 6th. Outrageous Song, the race winner. Salzbrook Annie finished 4th. They went 28 and 3, 58 and 1. 128 and 2, and the Mild in 157 and 2. In review, it's 532, 614. Outrageous Song paid $3.40. The exactor $11. Triactor $38.10, and the superfecta $7.12.
Could Chelsea Affleck come to the broadcast desk, please? Chelsea Affleck to the broadcast desk. And there is a shot of the top of the park and the crowd here tonight. Welcome everyone here to Red Shores in Charlottetown. Hope you're enjoying your evening here at the races. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. Slide the selections in there. Ken, you and I again, both at 3-4-2, as is the classifier.
Yeah, Michael McGuigan again here. Supreme Rocket, 5-2 morning line choice. 3-5 right now in the Fort West Riverjet. 3-4-2 for me.
Post time picks at 4:35 in tonight's 8th race in 5 minutes.
Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old trotters. For the 8th race, they're on parade. Number 1, Fire the Rocket, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. My Pocket Rocket, number 2, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire, trained by Paul McDonald. Kenny Murphy. Supreme Rocket 3 is owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 4 is West River Jet, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford, trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald driving. 5 Dusty Lane Gus, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers. Ryan DeRage. 2 minutes to post time. Ken and Rocky have the top selections for race 8. And please stand by for a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Smoking steals more than your health. It steals precious moments from your life. Triple your chances of quitting smoking or vaping with PEI's smoking cessation program. Visit princeedwardisland.ca/quitsmoking.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, Triactor, Win in Place. 20-cent Superfecta also offered in this one. Don't forget to take your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 3 in here, Supreme Rocket, 3-year-old bay filly by E.L. Rocket for Jamie Whalen Jr. of Vernon Bridge. He's also the breeder. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and the driver. Mike's looking for a double tonight. Ken, last start was a nice win here in Charlottetown.
It's only been off the board once in 18 career starts on a long form spree. She's been ultra consistent, going 7 for 7 on the board this season. Draws well, fresh off a brush and crush and career best of 158 and 2/5.
And there we see the 4, West River Jet, 3-year-old brown gelding by E.L. Rocket for Haley McDonald of Stratford. Claire McDonald, her mother, is the trainer, and her father, Kenny McDonald, will do the driving.
And the current 4-5 favorite here hasn't missed the board in 4 starts this season. Ships in fresh off a wire-to-wire Jogola. That was at Northside, and certainly has plenty of upside as well.
And there we get a peek at the 2, My Pocket Rocket, 3-year-old bay gelding by E.L. Rocket for Jonathan McDonald of North Wiltshire. He's also the breeder. Paul McDonald is the trainer with Kenny Murphy aboard.
Yeah, this gelding continues to improve. Draws inside fresh off an easy wire-to-wire score in 2:01 and 3 right here in Charlottetown. He's worth a long look in here as he battles the top 2 Titans here, Supreme Rocket and West River Jet. 3-4-2.
Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters for $12,900. Fire the Rocket and Jason Hughes, 17-1. My Pocket Rocket and Kenny Murphy at 5-1. Supreme Rocket, the 3, and Mike McGuigan at even money, as is the 4, West River Jet with Kenny McDonald. And the 5 is Dusty Lane Gus and Ryan DeRoche at 5-1. That is a look at the field for tonight's 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters. Good luck with your selections. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters. There's 5 of them lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Purse, $12,900. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Fire the Rocket, My Pocket Rocket, Supreme Rocket. West River Jet and Dusty Lane Gus, top of the stretch. Three-year-old trotters, Atlantic Sire. It's the 8th race. It's post time. The rough and trotting Supreme Rocket will leave out on the rail. Fire the Rocket, My Pocket Rocket. Then way wide, Dusty Lane Gus into the turn between horses. West River Jet as they go round the turn, arrive at the opening gate, led by Supreme Rocket and Mike McGuigan. On the outside, West River Jet will take dead aim at the leader. Third on the rail is Fire the Rocket. My Pocket Rocket is fourth, trailing the field. Dusty Lane Gus, they're over to the quarter. And West River Jet for Kenny McDonald. They're cleared the lead up at 29 and 2 opener. Supreme Rocket is second. Gapping out third is Fire the Rocket. Around the turn fourth is My Pocket Rocket. And trailing fifth, Dusty Lane Gus down the stretch. First time towards the half mile they come. And it's West River Jet to get them halfway home. Racing from second, Supreme Rocket. Fire the Rocket third. My Pocket Rocket is fourth. The trailer, Dusty Lane Gus. Did they get a breather in the second panel? They did. Just 31 seconds off a half mile of 1 minute and 2. Around the paddock turn, they're chasing West River Jet by the 5/8. Supreme Rocket continues second. Fire the Rocket third. Going outside of fourth, My Pocket Rocket is underway. Trailing the field, Dusty Lane Gus. They're picking them up. They're putting them down now on the trot. Out in front, West River Jet. 3/4 went 1:31 and 2. Another 31 seconds. The last one won't be anywhere close. And they're homeward bound. West River Jet out in front. Supreme Rocket, My Pocket Rocket on the wire next. West River Jet and Kenny McDonald in the Sire Stakes. Second, Supreme Rocket. My Pocket Rocket third. 1:59 and 1:27.4 to close it out in the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old trotters, $12,900. West River Jet right down the road, Kenny.
Yeah, the boy beats the girl here. West River Jet at 3-5 for Kenneth McDonald and Claire McDonald, the son of E.L. Rocket. Just coasts along 29 and 2, a 31-second second quarter, a minute 2/5 to the half, 1:31 and 2, and then scoots off under a hand ride, 27 and 4, 1:59 and 1, just a fifth off his lifetime mark. West River Jet, a decisive winner over Supreme Rocket and My Pocket Rocket in Atlantic Sire Stakes Race 8. West River Jet and Kenneth McDonald will be in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winners Circle next.
West River Jet arriving at the 8th race Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle. Trotting Brown Gelding 3 by E.L. Rocket from the Muscle Mash Dam, Caddy's Angel. Owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford. Bred by Wayne Burley, Claire McDonald, and Gary Burley of Nova Scotia. Trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald in the driver's seat for the win. Stopping the clock in 1:59 and 1 with a closing quarter of 27-4. West River Jet in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the winner's circle. Cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Fire the Rocket 5th, My Pocket Rocket 3rd, Supreme Rocket finished 2nd, West River Jet the race winner, Dusty Lane Gush was 4th. They went 29-2, 1 minute 2, 1:31 and 2, and the mile went 1:59 and 1. In review, it's 5:32, 1:4. West River Jet paid $320. The Exactor $410, Triactor $13.90, and the Superfecta $1.32.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Wednesday night with stake action here tonight. 2- and 3-year-old trotters. We got 8 races in the books. Let's talk about the Red Shores Late Pick 4. Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shore, Charlottetown, and Summerside, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. It is the Harvey and Randy McCachran Memorial. Rocket Chief was a horse they raced many years ago. I'm going with a 154. Ken working that at 145. Post time picks and the classifier choices at 154 in the 9th race in 6 minutes.
Ninth race on Post Parade, it's the Rocket Chief, Harvey and Randy McCachran Memorial. Hallie's Girl number 1, owned by Calvin Larkin of Mermaid. Erica Bradley of Charlottetown, trained by Darrell McLean, is Gilberto. Mile Hill Gus number 2, owned and trained by Paul Morrison of Cardigan, Mark Campbell. 3 is Ocean View Daisy, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. Majayan Salsa 4, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim Ripley trains and drives. 5 is Glider Man. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Larry Small joins us for Old Home Week 2025. 4 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. For the post, you're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. For free race programs, top picks, race replays, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Nicole Watts, proud to be part of history, celebrating harness racing on PEI since 1960. Don't miss the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer Final presented by Atlantic Lottery this Saturday night just before midnight.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Rocket Chief, Randy and Harvey McCachran Memorial. Trotters in here, 5 of them for $3,500 purse. Landing on the 1, Hallie's Girl. 2-year-old Bay Filly by Muscle Mass for Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley of Charlottetown. They're also the breeders. Daryl McLean is the trainer with Jill Barrio in the bike. Nice start here, July 31st on the rail. Wire-to-wire winner by 3 1/4 lengths in 1:59.2. Closed it out in 29.3. 2 for 2 lifetime. Hallie's Girl on the rail with Jill Barrio. Right now, 1-9. And there's a look at the 5, Glider Man, 10-year-old brown gelding by Yankee Glide for Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, who's also the trainer. Larry Small is in the bike tonight. Started here August the 7th, left from post 6 and finished 4th, 1:59.3, 29.2 on the end of it. 2 wins last season from 26 tries. Looking for the first one of this season. Glider Man with Larry Small, 9-1. And there's a look at the 4, Magian Salsa, 6-year-old bay mare by Ted the Stud for Marilee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. She's also the breeder. Her husband, Jim Ripley, is the trainer and the driver. Started here July 31st, left on the rail. Finished 3rd, 1:59.4, 29.3 on the end of it for Jim Ripley. Start before that was here July the 10th, left from 2. A winner by 3 1/4 lengths in 1:59.4. New race win record, 29.2 on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was in the bike for that start. Magian Salsa, post 4 tonight with Jim Ripley, 5-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 9th race. Rocket Chief, Harvey and Randy McCachran Memorial. Hallie's Girl on the rail with Jill Barrio at 1-4. Mile Hill Gust 2 with Mark Campbell at 6-1. Ocean View Daisy, the 3 with Miles Heffernan Senior in the bike. And right now they are at 8-1. Magian Salsa is 4 with Jim Ripley at 4-1. And Glider Man from post 5 rounds out the field with Larry Small at 6-1. That's the field for tonight's 9th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's ninth race, Rocket Chief, Harvey and Randy McCacker Memorial, 5 trotters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Hallie's Girl, Mile Hill Goss, Ocean View Daisy, Majayan Salsa, Glider Man, top of the stretch. Like to send out a big hello to watchers in the West Coast, watching all week. Jackie and Clint Warrington. Good to have you aboard, but there's nothing like the real thing. They're off and trotting, all but the 2. Mile Hill Gus jumped it off at the start. To lead them out is Ocean View Daisy. Hallie's Girl will round the turn second, racing from third, Majayan Salsa. Fourth is Glider Man, and the trailer is Mile Hill Gus. So Ocean View Daisy and Mile Senior clear by 2. Hallie's Girl goes second, racing from third, Majayan Salsa. Glider Man at the rail, fourth, and playing catch-up fifth. That's Mile Hill Gus passing on the opening quarter. Ocean View Daisy at long odds. How's about the longest shot on the board is the long shot leader off at 29 and 3 opener. Hallie's Girl is second, racing third, Majayan Salsa. Glider Man is fourth and the trailer fifth. That's Mile Hill Gus. They approach the midway point. Ocean View Daisy extending the lead at the midway point. Hallie's Girl is second, continuing third, Majayan Salsa. Fourth, that's Glider Man. Mile Hill Gus fifth. 59 and 1 the halfway home time. Over to the 5-8. Daisy will get them there. Starting to close in second is Hallie's Girl. Majayan Salsa trotting from third. Fourth, along the back stretch is Glider Man. And the trailer fifth, Mile Hill Gus. Here comes the 3/4 next. And Ocean View Daisy gets them there. Hallie's Girl coming to the outside. Right with them third. Majayan Salsa's there. 3/4 of a mile in 1:30 and 1/8 of a mile to trot. Hallie's Girl turning home. Majayan Salsa may loom the danger here. Ocean View Daisy third. Fourth is Glider Man. Majayan Salsa up from the outside will upset them for Jim Ripley. Hallie's Girl was second. Glider Man third. 2 minutes 4/5.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. We saw Ocean View Daisy and Miles Heffernan Sr. go to the front, 29 and 3, the half in 59 and 1, down to 3/4 in 1:30 and 1. That's when Jill Barrio moved out. Hallie's Girl took a shot. They battled around the turn. Jim Ripley, perfect drive here tonight with Majayan Salsa. Followed Jill Barrio out of the hole, tracked all the way to the head of the stretch, and here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media as we see Majayan Salsa and Jim Ripley get up to win in 2 minutes and 4/5. Hallie's Girl in there for second with Glider Man third. So we have a 4-1-5 unofficially in the ninth. We'll see Majayan Salsa and Jim Ripley in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle in a moment.
Now arriving at the 9th race winner's circle, the 4 entry is Magian Salsa. Trotting Bay Mare 6 by Chad the Stud. Off the Dancer's Victory Dam, Ask Me to Dance, a homebred of Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim Ripley trains and drives. The mile in 2 minutes, 4/5, Magian Salsa captures the Rocky Chief. Harvey and Randy McCackron Memorial down at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle with the cooler presentation. Now, the official results in the 9th, Hallie's Girl was 2nd, Mile Hill Goss 5th, Ocean View Daisy 4th, Magian Salsa the race winner. Glider Man finished 3rd. The fractions went 29 and 3, 59 and 1, 130 and 1, and the mile was 2 minutes and 4/5. From the top, your program reads 25413. Magian Salsa paid $9.90. Exactor $7.40, the Triactor $37.30, and the Superfactor was $9.37. Ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to have Hall of Famer Ken O'Warkin joining us here for Old Home Week 2025, and he'll step to the headset and call out the rest of this Wednesday night of Old Home Week.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Charlottetown on a Wednesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman. Ken Workington is going to call the rest of the race card tonight. Let's talk about the O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. Join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shore, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorites, steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information. And there's a look at the selections on the screen in the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam, I'm going 3-5-1. Ken Workington going 2-4-3, as is post time picks Kurt Hughes. Classifier's choices 4-2-3 in the 10th race. Angus and Buddy McKenzie Memorial in 5 minutes.
These are the pacers for race 10. Number 1 is Redland Sampson, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Clifford Murphy trains with Ken Murphy. I'm a Looker 2, number 2, with Corey Livingston, Ethan Murray, Jeremy Hoffman, and Blanice Young. As the ownership, Adam Murner trains and drives. Number 3, Almost There, Boss, owned by David Sweet and John Sweet. Trained by Ralph Sweet with David Dowling. The 4, Windermere Best Man. Donald Gillis Jr. and Beverly McIsaac are the owners. Donald Gillis, the trainer and driver. There's the 5, First Glance. The roan owned by Luke Beck. What are the odds stable Devin Wallace trains with Paul Angel? La Playa Deo, number 6, is owned by Erland Campbell, trained by Madison Poirier, with Mark Campbell in the sulky. It's the Angus and Buddy Mackenzie Memorial Exactor 20-cent Superfecta Triactor offered on race 10. And Rocky is back in a moment, but first, a message from HPI and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Angus and Buddy Mackenzie Memorial trackside presentation to the winner. Landing on the 3, Almost There Boss, 6-year-old Big Gelding by Sunshine Beach. For David and John Sweet of O'Leary, Ralph Sweet is the trainer. David Dowling will do the driving. Looking for a driving double tonight. Last start was here, August the 9th. Left from post 2, finished 2, race timed 1:53 and 4, 28 and 3 on the end of it for Mark Campbell. Has a win right here in Charlottetown, 1:56 and 2. Only win of the season, but has 11 career for Almost There Boss. I see him going to the winner's circle tonight. David Dowling aboard right now, 4-1. And there we get a look at the 5. First glance, 7-year-old Roan Gelding by Thinking Out Loud. For Luke Beck of Charlottetown and What Are the Odds stable of Orwell. Devin Wallace is the trainer with Paul Angel aboard for the drive tonight. Last start was here Saturday night. Left from post 4. Cut it out. Finished 4th. Race time 1:54 and 1. 29 and 4 on the end of it. Jason Hughes was in the bike. 3 wins on the season. 1:54 and 4. Season's best right here at Charlottetown on June the 14th for Mark Campbell. First glance, post 5 with Paul Angel, 5-1. And there we see the rail sitter, Redland Sampson, 5-year-old Bay Gelding by Art Speak for Roddy Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Clifford Murphy is the trainer with his boy Kenny Murphy in the bike. Started here on August the 2nd, left from post 4, finished 7th, 1:57 and 1, 28 and 4 on the end of it. A look down 4 to July the 5th here. Left from post 4 was a winner by 2.5 in 1:56 and 1. New race win record, first win of the season, 29 and 4. On the end of it, Redland Sampson's on the rail tonight with Mr. Murphy, 12-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's 10th race. Redland Sampson with Kenny Murphy on the rail at 14-1. I'm a Looker 2 with Adam Erner at 7-5. Your current choice on the board, now 3-2. Almost There Boss is 3 with David Dowling at 3-1. The 4, Windermere Best Man with Danny Gillis aboard at 5-2. First Glance leaves 5 with Paul Angel at 7-2. And La Playa Deo is 6 with Mark Campbell at 6-1. That is a look at the field for tonight's 10th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race. It is the Angus and Buddy McKenzie Memorial. Field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Ken Workington.
Yeah, 7-5 at last glance here, too. I'm a Looker 2 is the current favorite with Adam Murner. Field of 6 for race 10. They wheel off the turn into the stretch, ready for a start. Here they come. They're off. Windermere Best Man is urged on out of there with Almost There Boston on the inside. I'm a Looker 2 has them stacked up 3 deep around the first turn. First glance advances on the outside, stride for stride with Redland Sampson on the rail. And then it's La Playa Deo, the early trailer, early movement. It's first glance, the roan on the outside for Paul Langell. Coming up and after, I'm a Looker 2 as they get set to pass the opening quarter. Almost There Boss is right there in third. Windermere Best Man is fourth. And then it's Redland Sampson gapped a bit in fifth, and La Playa Deo. And they race past the opening quarter. And it's first glance in front. First glance reaches that opening quarter in 28-1 as they wheel off the turn. I Am a Looker 2 in the pocket spot. Almost There Boss is third. Windermere Best Man is fourth. Redland Sampson is fifth. And the early trailer and tipping out, La Playa Deo at the half. A Redland, and at the half is First Glance in front, with I'm a Looker 2 in the pocket spot, and the half up in 56-3. Demanding clip here. First Glance continues to carve it out. Right there in the helmet is I'm a Looker 2, and Almost There Boss is third. Now wide gap of some 7 or 8 to La Playa Deo, dropping back sharply there, Windermere Best Man, and to the outside comes Redland Sampson. A long way from that leader's First Glance. Opens up by 2.5, 3, trying to give them the slip here. I'm a Looker 2 on the inside second. Almost There Boss is third. 3/4, 1:25-2. They approach the top of the stretch. First Glance by to the one to reel in. I'm a Looker 2 on the inside second. And Almost There Boss with a late move on the outside. Diving to the inside, La Playa Deo. They're in deep stretch, and it's First Glance home free. First Glance dominates over Almost There Boss and La Playa Deo. And I'm a Looker 2. First Glance in a sharp 1:55-3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. First Glance, and Paul Langell drove up to the front, 28-1 the half in 56-3. Down to 3/4 in 1:25-2, and here is the stretch drive. Going to go all the way tonight. Get his 31st lifetime win, 4th of the season. 1:55-3. Paul Langell in the bike for his second win of the night. Almost There Boss gets in there for second, with La Playa Deo is third. So it's 5-3-6 unofficially in the 10th. We're going to see First Glance and Paul Langell. There's a great shot by Universal Media. They're going to the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Judges posting 5 First Glance, 3 Almost There Boss second, 6 La Playa Deo third, 2 I'm a Looker 2 fourth, 5-3-6-2. Number 5, First Glance, 7-year-old Roan gelding by Thinking Out Loud, out of White Glance by Whitefish Falls. It was bred in Harriston, Ontario by Dwight Benson, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown. What are the odds? Stable, Orwell, Prince Edward Island. Devin Wallace, the trainer, and Paul Langell, the winning driver. On the engine tonight in 155 and 3, win number 4 on the season, 31st career victory, First Glance. And it's the Angus and Buddy McKenzie Memorial Cooler presentation. Race 10 official, 5 First Glance, $6. The Exactor, $15, 5-3, 5-3, 6. Triactor, $124.50, 20 cents. Superfecta, $59.74. Redland Samson, 5th. I'm a Looker, 2, 4th. Almost There Boss, 2nd. Windermere Best Man, 6th. First Glance, the winner. La Playa Deo, 3rd. Rechecking, 5, 4, 2, 6, 1, 3. They went 28 and 1, 56 and 2, 125 and 2, 155 and 3 for First Glance in the 10th. Post time set for race, the upcoming 11th race. Race 11 in 9 minutes at 9:05. It's Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old trotters. Late Daily Double, Exactor, 20 cent Superfecta, and Triactor offered on race 11.
Get out your 50-50 draw tickets. Here is the winning number for $2,160. It is D1214161. For $2,160, D1214161. Good luck. Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters for $13,380. I'm going 4-3-5, as is Ken Workington. Post time picks in the classifier 3-4-5 in the 11th race in 7 minutes.
Two-year-old trotter is on track for Atlantic Sire Stakes Race 11. Number 1, Mr. Old Home Week, is owned by Gary McDonald, Ronnie Gass, and Tyson McDonald. trained by Leonard Myers with Ryan DeRoche. 2 Big Rig, owned by James Whalen Jr., Michael McGuigan, trains and drives. 3 West River Karuna is owned by Haley McDonald. Claire McDonald trains with Kenneth McDonald. Dusty Lane Margot, number 4, owned by Donald McRae, trained by Ashley Gamester with Jason Hughes. Number 5, Bon Matty, is owned by Blaine White, trained by Curry White with Corey McPherson. She's Got Spunk, number 6, and she's owned by Tracy Norris, Brian McPhee, Ambrose Leibolt, and Harris Johnston. Brian McPhee trains with Brody McPhee in the bike. And the 7, How Mac Prime Time, is owned by Savage Stable, Brad Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell with Mark Campbell in the sulky. Race 11, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colt Trotters and fillies in this 11th race. Late Daily Double, Exactor, Superfecta, and Triactor. And I believe we're coming up on the Vance Cam here with Rocky Skirman. And Rocky, here we are on the Vance Cam, and it's pretty comfortable up here, by the way. Nice breeze. We've got the filly. We're going against the Colt here, and Kenneth McDonald and Claire McDonald. I probably shouldn't here, but I went with the 4, Dusty Lane Margot, searching for a price. I got 5-2 right now on this one. This one with a win in 2 seconds in 3 career starts so far. Off to a really good start. Draws well for Jason Hughes. West River Karuna. If this one can bounce back off that early miscue last out, goes to the top, they could give the McDonald's another victory tonight and another win for this one. And I'll tack on the 5, Bon Matty, this filly by E.L. Rocket. Corey McPherson and Curry White looking for another one tonight. Bon Matty, a couple of solid third-place finishes last out. 4-3-5, Rocky. What do you think?
That's same 4-3-5 for all the same reasons. You and I are on in sync here for this one, as is Kurt Hughes and the classifier at 3-4-5. So 4-3-5 in tonight's 11th Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters for $13,380. Good luck with your selections. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race and have a look at the odds board. First half of the late double, Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Mr. Old Home Week is on the rail for Ryan DeRoche at 11-1. The 2 Big Rig for Mike McGuigan at 11-1 as well. West River Karuna 3. Kenny McDonald looks to double up tonight at 8-5. Dusty Lane Margot the 4 and Jason Hughes. He's looking to double up tonight. They are at 2-1. 5 is Bon Matty with Corey McPherson, also looking to double up at 5-2. She's Got Spunk is the 6 with Brody McPhee aboard at 13-1. And How Mac Primetime leaves 7 with Mark Campbell at 5-1. That's the field for tonight's 11th race. Good luck with your decisions. I'll give a shout out tonight to my sister Tara Compton and her husband Rob and my nieces Charlie and Nevaeh. They're watching from home tonight. All the action from Red Shores. Hope you're enjoying the action as the 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters for $13,380. They move up to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Ken Morkington.
All right, Rocky, 3, 4, and 5 here, vying for favoritism. West River Karuna, Dusty Lane Margot, the filly, and the other filly, Bon Matty, also taking strong action here. 5-2 right now. The favorite, West River Karuna, number 3. Trotting fillies, Atlantic Sire Stakes and Colts, 2-year-olds for race C11. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Dusty Lane Margot shoots out with Bon Matty, and she's got Spunk up on the far outside, 3 wide around that first turn. Big Rig gets away in 4th position, followed by West River Karuna. Looks to get going on the outside. Off stride goes Howmack Prime Time, 3 wide. Surging through on the inside, my Mr. Old Home Week, and way back, She's Got Spunk. That's the 6. She's Got Spunk way back after the early break. So clearing past the quarter, Bon Matty and Corey McPherson. Bon Matty takes the lead from Dusty Lane on the inside. Dusty Lane Margot back in that second spot off an opening quarter of just 31 seconds. Big Rig is gapped in 3rd. Mr. Old Home Week is 4th as they continue around the turn. Looking to tighten in is West River Karuna, and another 5 or 6 back to Howmack Prime Time is still on the gallop, and the distant trailer is She's Got Spunk. They trot past the grandstand and follow Bon Matty. Bon Matty by 2. Now here comes a sharp move from Big Rig, who blows right by for Michael McGuigan. Big Rig with that dramatic brush to the top. Bon Matty back in 2nd now. West River Karuna gets underway on the outside off a pedestrian half of 103 and 2/5. A Big Rig took the lead. It's Big Rig now in front. Bon Matty trotting in 2nd. West River Karuna on the outside, inching closer from 3rd. Mr. Old Home Week gets underway, 4th on the outside, stride for stride with Dusty Lane Margot. And then way back we find Howmack Prime Time, and She's Got Spunk, and they trot past 3/4. And they chase Big Rig at 13-1. Bon Matty 2nd. West River Karuna on the outside at 4-5, looking to pay off. 3rd now, 2nd, and challenging for the lead. Mr. Old Home Week on the outside ranges up 133 and 4 for 3/4. Mr. Old Home Week is 3 wide and coming on into the stretch drive. Big Rig trying to hold on. A relentless rally from West River Karuna on the outside. Big Rig on the inside. Big Rig holds off West River Karuna. Then it's close. Bon Matty or Mr. Old Home Week, 2:04.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old trotters for $13,380. We saw Bon Matty go to the front, 31. Coming to the half, though, Mike McGuigan tipped out. Big Rig gets to the front, 103 and 2, down to 3/4 in 133 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. Big Rig, West River Karuna on the outside. Bon Matty dives to the inside. Can't see Mr. Old Home Week on your screen there yet, but he's flying on the outside as well. But Big Rig is going to double up Mike McGuigan in the win column tonight. In for 2nd is the 3, West River Karuna. Up for 3rd, that's the 5, Bon Matty. 2-3-5 unofficially. In the 11th, we'll see Big Rig and Mike McGuigan in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Judges posting 2, Big Rig. 3, West River Karuna 2nd. The 5, Bon Matty 3rd, and 1, Mr. Old Home Week 4th. 2-3-5-1. Number 2, Big Rig. He's a brown gelded 2-year-old by E.L. Rocket out of Ginger Glide by Yankee Glide. Was bred by Berkey by the Bay Stables and owned by James Whalen Jr. and Owen McGuigan. Michael McGuigan trains and drives, and he doubles up tonight with Big Rig for his first lifetime win in 5 starts. And the time 2:04 in this division of Atlantic Sire Stakes. It's Big Rig with the 13-1 upset. At its official $29, $11.30 and $4.20. 3 West River Corona, $3, $2.40, and the 5 Bon Matty, $2.40. The Exactor, $104.90. $2 Triactor, $235, $219.80. 20-cent Superfecta, $2,351, $173.09. Mr. Old Home Week 4th, Big Rig the winner. West River Karuna 2nd, Dusty Lane Margot 5th, Bon Matty 3rd. She's got Spunk 7th and Howmac Primetime 6th. 4, 1, 2, 5, 3, 7, 6. 31, 103 and 2, 133 and 4, and the mile 2:04. Race 12, the PC Party of Prince Edward Island. Exactor, 20-cent Super High 5, and Triactor offered on race 12.
Welcome back to Red Shores Live, Race Day Live here at Red Shores, Charlottetown on a Wednesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skirman. Ken Workington in the booth for the rest of the card here tonight. Let's talk about the early and late Super High 5. Red Shores is pleased to offer the Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program with the 15% load takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th and final race, PC Party of PEI Pace. I'm going with a 5-4-2 in here. Ken Workington at 2-5-6. Post time picks, Kurt Hughes at 5-2-4. And the classifier at 5-2-3 in the finale in
Here are the pacing mares for race 12. The Super High Five, number 1, Catch a Few Rays, is owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman. Kenneth Glenn Wilkie trains, Miles Heffernan drives. Ms. Megan Sparkle, number 2, Shayna Toll, is the owner and trainer and driven by Ryan DeRoche. The 3, Redland Peaches, owned by Mark Rain and Lael Ramsey, and Corey McPherson trains and drives. Roll With It Darling, number 4, owned by Shirlene O'Brien. Devin Wallace trains with Mark Campbell. 5, Lady Divine, Jennifer Doyle is the owner and trainer. The driver, David Dowling. 6, Sensational Gal, is owned by JD Racing Incorporated. Nick Oakes, the trainer, with Gilles Barrio. Harlequin Romance, number 7, Barry Bigar is the owner. Jason Bigar, the trainer, and Adam Murner drives. And number 8, Sophie's Cam, is owned by Ivanhoe Landry, who is also the trainer, Brody McPhee, in the sulky. Race 12, the PC Party of PEI makes the presentation. Exactor, 20-cent Super High 5 Triactor offered on race 12. And don't forget, we're back with live racing Thursday night. Always a fun night featuring the Wall and Joe Hennessy Memorial. Post time 6 p.m.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets to round out the race card here on Wednesday night. PC Party of PEI Pace in the finale. I'm going with a 5, 4, 2, 3, 6. Ken working at 2, 5, 6, 4, 7. Vance Cameron going 5, 6, 2, 4, 7. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the finale. PC Party of PEI Pace, Catch a Few Rays, and Miles Heffernan Sr. on the rail at 14-1. Miss Megan Sparkle 2 with Ryan DeRoche on your screen right now at 7-1. Redland Peaches is 3 with Corey McPherson, now on your screen at 5-1. Roll With It Darling 4 with Mark Campbell at 3-1. The 5, Lady Divine with David Dowling, your current choice at 6-5. Sensational Gal 6 and Jill Barrio at 9-2. Harlequin Romance is 7 with Adam Murner at 10-1. And rounding out the field is Sophie's Cam with Brody McPhee at 30-1. That's a look at the field for the finale. Good luck with your selections.
Your attention, please. We have a late scratch. Number 6, Sensational Gal, will not go in this 12th race. Scratch number 6, Sensational Gal from race 12. There will be a consolation daily double. Also, you get a post-time favorite as an alternate for the late pick 4. For that pick 4, if you had the 6 Sensational Gal, you'll get the post-time favorite as an alternate. Again, race 12, scratch 6 Sensational Gal.
I want to thank you for your business wherever you're watching from tonight, whether it's at hpibet.com, Red Shores YouTube channel, or at Redshores.ca, or whether you're here live. We appreciate all your business tonight. 12th race. Scratch down to a field of 7. PC Party of PEI. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Ken Workington, take it away.
Yeah, we've got a big favorite here, Rocky. The 5, Lady Divine, 5-2 on the 4. The 4, Roll With It, Darling, pacing mares lined up for race 12, Late Scratch 6, Sensational Gal, field of 7 on gate. Here they come. They're off. A Roll With It, Darling, Lady Divine, leaving out together with Miss Megan Sparkle on the inside. Catch a Few Rays, stacks them up 4 deep around the first turn. Redland Peaches off the speed in 5th. And Harlequin Romance is parked on the outside 6th. Then comes Sophie's Cam. They still haven't settled down. Lady Divine used hard early here. For David Dowling, Lady Divine will secure command. Roll With It, Darling second. They're moving right along here. It is Catch a Few Rays third by 3 lengths. Miss Megan Sparkle is 4th, and a sparkling opener here. 27 2/5 as Lady Divine paves the way and looks for that second quarter breather. Roll With It, Darling second, and Catch a Few Raises third. Miss Megan Sparkle on the inside 4th as they bring them by the grandstand. In 5th is Redland Peaches, followed by Harlequin Romance and Sophie's Cam Trails. Halfway home for Lady Divine. Lady Divine in the hot pocket spot is Roll With It, Darling, and Mark Campbell. 57-1. So Lady Divine caught a breather in that second quarter on turn 3. Lady Divine widens by a length and 3/4 now on Roll With It, Darling second. A wide gap of some 8 lengths. Dropping back was Catch a Few Rays. And up and around that one, Ms. Megan Sparkle now third. Redland Peaches advances on the outside 4th, along with Harlequin Romance. And dropping back again, Catch a Few Rays, and then Sophie's Cam. Racing by 3/4. Lady Divine in front by a length and a half under urging. Roll With It, Darling second, 126 3. It's these two as they come off the turn. Lady Divine laying down all the fractions here. Roll With It, Darling angles out, now stays in, and is going to be second best here. All out Lady Divine on now angling out. Roll With It, Darling, a late move and a late surge. It's a photo, Lady Divine and Roll With It, Darling. Then Redland Peaches, Ms. Megan Sparkle, 156 photo for win.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race finale. PC Party of PEI pace. And David Dowling goes to the front with Lady Divine, 27-2. The half up in 57-1. Down to 3/4, 126-3. Here is the stretch drive. We see Lady Divine Roll With It, Darling goes to the inside, as Ken mentioned. Then Mark Campbell pops her to the outside here. An exciting stretch finish, almost to the wire whenever Roll With It, Darling made a late surge. But Lady Divine and David Dowling are going to nail it in this one. David Dowling doubles up tonight, 156 flat. Her 4th win of the season, 16th career, with Roll With It, Darling second. Up for third is the 3, Redland Peaches. So it's 5-4-3 unofficially. In the finale, we'll see Lady Divine and David Dowling in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner Circle next.
Judges posting 5, Lady Divine. 4, Roll With It, Darling second. 3, Redland Peaches third. 2, Ms. Megan Sparkle 4th. 5-4-3-2. Number 5, Lady Divine, a 4-year-old bay mare by Heston Blue Chip out of Booty Call by Some Beach Somewhere. Was bred by Let It Ride Stables in Bottom Line Racing. Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge, Prince Edward Island. The owner and trainer, winning driver, a double for David Dowling. Win number 4 on the season, 16th career victory for Lady Divine, and it's the best mile of her season so far. 156, Lady Divine, and we welcome the Progressive Conservative PC Party of Prince Edward Island with the cooler presentation. Race 12 is now official. And the 5, Lady Divine, pays $270. The Exactor, 5-4, $420. Triactor, 5-4-3, $13.40. The Late Daily Double, $49.20. Consolation, Late Double, $14.45, with the late scratch of 6, Sensational Gal. Catch a Few Rays 7th, Ms. Megan Sparkle 4th. Redland Peaches 3rd, Roll With It Darling 2nd, Lady Divine the winner. Sensational Gal was a late scratch. Harlequin Romance 5th, Sophie's Cam 6th. Rechecking 7-4-3, 2-1 scratch 5-6. 27-2, 57-1. 126-3 on the mile, 156. That late pick 4 payoff was $98.83, $98.83 for the pick 4. And the super high five, $12.23, $12.23 for the high five, super high five. Ladies and gentlemen, that will complete the Wednesday evening program with the completion of race 12. That will wrap it up, and live racing resumes tomorrow night. Thursday night post time at 6 p.m. We'll cap off Old Home Week on Saturday with the 66th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery. On behalf of track announcer Vance Cameron and our entire crew, this is Ken Workington, the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino and the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us and your generous support. The Perry Mutual handle tonight, $129,419. Again, we thank you. Have a great evening. We'll see you on Thursday, post time 6:20. And we wish you a safe journey home.